Well, good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, and honoured guests. Welcome to day 2 of the International Mice Summit. I do hope that you had a lovely evening and that you had lots of time to reflect on all of the insights and knowledge sharing that went on yesterday. We do, as you can see, have a few fair chairs that are still empty in the house. I think some people probably had a fairly full-on day yesterday, because it was absolutely packed. So for those who are here, welcome. It's lovely to see you. So I hope that you'll agree that it was a tremendous start yesterday to the very first IMS event in Riyadh. We talked about the incredible pace of the industry, its many triumphs, but also the areas that remain on the to-do list in making the most of this sector's huge potential. So from a personal standpoint, I am thrilled to be here, because without mice, there would be no MC. So, on with today's programme. There is still so much to come here in the plenaries, but I do want to please remind you to go and visit the Innovation Cluster, where we reimagine, really, the future of the mice industry, all of us together. And also the collaboration hubs, where our speakers, well, they want to hear from you. They want to hear your questions. They want to know your comments. This is really your opportunity to speak to the titans of this industry. So please do show up and bring on your questions. Also, as you'll see the QR code up there, do use it. It will tell you exactly what's going on, when, where, and with whom. Right now, though, it is time to kick off our very first panel of the day. Please welcome Ollie Barrett and his guests.
Thanks, Angela. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2. Honoured guests, please have a seat. We're kicking off in style here this morning, I can tell you. Here's a question for our summit guests. If you had to think of a mega event that has most inspired you, what would it be and why? Of course, all of your events are mega in their own way, but maybe you've got a favorite. Let me tell you who our guests are in this first discussion. Next to me, engineer Abdulaziz Al-Ghanan is the Director General of the Riyadh Expo 2030. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The world will come to Riyadh. We're hugely looking forward to it. We're going to hear more about it as well. Next to you is Jean-Guillaume. Jean-Guillaume Lacoste is the CEO, particularly for the Middle East and Africa region for GL Events. We'll hear the vast range of things you're up to there. Andrew Piercy leads the World Defence Show as its CEO, so right here in the Kingdom. We'll hear about progress. Relatively new by comparison with some of the events here, but absolutely magnificent nonetheless. We'll hear the details. And Rakan Tarabzoni needs little introduction to many of us. He's the Chief Operating Officer of the FII Institute. I've asked our guests to think of a mega event that inspires them. I don't see why we should let you off. Doesn't have to be business. Rakan, we'll come around. But Rakan, what do you pick and why?
As a mega event?
Yes, that inspires you.
Beyond FII, you mean?
Of course, yeah, that's the rule.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot on a global level. I mean, we always know the WEF in Davos, it's one of the largest in the world, and that's a school by itself. We believe ourselves to be the new version of the nonprofit organizations, that we have a twist to our events that takes it to a whole new level.
Yeah, I totally get that. So the World Economic Forum, absolutely legendary. Okay, Jean-Guillaume, where do you go?
Passion, I would say Olympics.
Yes.
Reason, I would say the COP.
The COP, as in the World Cup?
No, I say the COP, the Conference of Parties.
Conference of Parties,
yeah,
of course.
The climate world, the biodiversity or the COP, combat the desertification, it makes sense?
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm going to insist then that Abdulaziz and Andrew don't pick an event that they're involved in, because I see what's happening here. Abdulaziz, a mega event that inspires.
Well, I have to be honest. Expo is the biggest, but what would come is the World Cup. I mean, Expo, 6 months, could reach 20 million visitors.
Yes.
The World Cup with 3 million in a month. So I see these are the 2 largest.
Yeah, and finally, Andrew, tell us, get our minds going.
Well, from an entertainment point of view, World Cup, and congratulations, Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
They're amazing. But from a B2B event perspective, which is similar to the World Defence Show, I would have said Mobile World Congress in Barcelona is a pretty amazing event to go to. They really showcase technology well, and really it's a great large event that helps the mobile industry.
Yeah, so let me just give you a moment's notice that this isn't just going to be about opportunities. I want to talk challenges on this panel today, but I'd like a little more color on the range of work that you're covering. Abdulaziz, just remind us of the sheer scale of Riyadh 2030. What can we expect? Give us some, either through numbers or through missions, statements of intent.
Okay. I mean, it's been a year since Riyadh won Expo 2030 against very tough competitors. And I have to say, for the first time in the history of Expo, that a country went from round one, where Riyadh 119 votes out of 160, would just reflect the world's confidence of Riyadh to present unprecedented Expo for the world. What I would like to say is that we believe that Riyadh Expo will redefine the World Expo, or what World Expo can achieve, and we will inspire the future. And maybe this is big and ambitious, but under the leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Riyadh Expo will not just have the execution and organization of the World Expo, but also it's going to go to the legacy, and the legacy that will last forever.
And is there a dimension of Expo that we might not have expected before that you're particularly keen to push on, just in terms of how you take it to the next level? Where are we going?
As I told you, legacy will be, yes, we won, but now it's come. We will execute it, we'll operate it, then it's come to the legacy.
Right.
So the legacy of Riyadh Expo will last forever, that's for sure.
And we want to hear how you're sowing the seeds for that legacy. Andrew, remind us of the dimensions of the World Defence Show. Where have you got to so far? Just give us a sense of some numbers.
Yeah, so we've had 2 editions of the World Defence Show. It spreads over around about 110,000 square meters of exhibition space, plus another 100,000 square meters of courtyard and runway and taxiway where we display aircraft. Last show, we welcomed 120,000 visitors over the week. We've had 800 exhibitors, and it was a huge success. So it's a very, very large scale operation.
And not in what was an existing venue either.
No, so important to mention, and with a lot of mega events, there isn't a suitable venue very often in the cities that you go to. So there wasn't one in Saudi, so we had to find a suitable location.
Right.
And we built a purpose-built venue for it.
Right. Now, Jean-Guillaume, you know a thing or two about building from scratch. The Paris Olympics would be a good example. Just remind us of the range of GL's work and what you're up to.
Yeah, on the 3 core businesses GL Events does, I would say the live business, which is service equipment for major event and for events. Yeah, Olympics was certainly one of the biggest one. We had to build something like 2,000 seats for the grandstands in the middle of Paris, which is quite challenging. We had to build 2,000 square meters of structure as well in the middle of the streets and the trees, and that was definitely a big challenge for us.
My goodness. Lady Gaga's dress, not your department.
No, that was not part of our job.
Fine.
Fortunately, I would say.
Understood. Okay. And then, Rakan, on stage yesterday, Rishad Atias described FII as more than an event, a movement. Let's draw on that.
Well, FII, when we started 8 years ago now, it was started as a mega event, conference that is, under the PF, as mentioned, Richard mentioned yesterday. But from day one, because of its unique model and unique proposition, making it a global hub from day zero, it made it starting as strong with all audience from a speaker perspective, content perspective, and audience, the crème of the society of the world. That helped it to be the go-to event all over the world to know what's happening in the world in terms of investments, where should the investors community put their money, and in terms of geographies, in terms of industries as well.
Yeah.
And having it done from imperfection, shall we say, from day zero, made it a go-to event, and the migration from all over the world to attend this event became a very important element. And today, I think, humbly, we set the standard on how conference should be done.
Understood. And it isn't just Riyadh, right? So just remind us globally, you have a sort of surrounding supporting events.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Riyadh is our global flagship event, but then throughout the year we do mini versions of Priority Summits events. We call them Priority Summits, where we have around 800 to 1,000 audience, very focused geographically and sectorial in terms of with a theme under Priority Summits. We've done Miami a couple of times, third coming up in 2 months. Yeah. We've done Rio, we've done London, New York, and Hong Kong.
Yeah, so this is super helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. So I wonder how honest we can get you to be about the challenges. Okay, so we're going to roll our sleeves a bit. We're in a gathering of our peers because we see the television images, we see the amazing outcomes, but the reality behind the scenes is that you are putting together some extraordinarily diverse ingredients to pull off a mega event. Abdulaziz, help us get started on the challenges you see or the challenges you face.
Well, let's go to the general. What's the challenges that face any hosting country is number of countries participating. And usually that's a very big issue. Even, the International Bureau for the Expo is put in what's called C agreement, trying to facilitate the participation in these, on these countries, on the host country. But yet, always there's challenges. From the previous to the next, there is issues related to logistics, to customs. The world, the BIE is conducting several international participation management, and they did it in a region, like in Africa, in Caribbean, in Peru just last week. And for Riyadh, we wanted to understand these challenges, so to make sure that we elevate them, ahead of schedule. And that's just to make sure that we have the highest number of participants in Riyadh. I have to be honest, some of the challenges could be like COVID-19, which is something you control. Yeah. But if we started now, which is we are end of 2024, so we have like 4 years up to 28 to solve any issues related. So when we go to the Caribbean, we understood their challenges. Some of countries in the Caribbean, they just said it loud, we will not participate in the next expo. Yeah. We went to Peru, meet South American. There was the same message. What was the issues? It's all associated, around issues, customs, transferring food. It's always the issue between the hosting country and the government, local government.
Why don't we then pick up on that final point there made by Abdulaziz around physically getting things to a place, Andrew, because this must play on your mind a lot.
Yes, so one of the challenges we faced as the World Defence Show is obviously if you launch an international event of scale and size, you need a lot of equipment, and for our show we need to get military equipment in from other countries.
Yes.
That proves logistically very challenging. We need an awful lot of shell scheme to build things. So the supply chain is really, it's a challenge in a market which is, full of energy and, going to grow, but it's still relatively young, right. And the supply chain can't necessarily.
And on that then, forgive me, Andrew, what have you learnt so far in the face of those specific challenges? What would you put out to our peers here?
Plan well ahead. Put in good partners. It's all about good partners with your suppliers. So get the right supply chain in place, build relationships up, make them feel part of the delivery. So right,
what
for
else?
me, that...
let's have one more on supply chain, because it's so crucial to what's being discussed here.
One more learning.
One more lesson learned, yeah. How do we translate this?
I think... Again, it's in terms of planning and making sure you do it early on, because at the moment you need to make sure all of the elements are in the country. Also, be aware that other events are happening at the same time. So you almost have a perfect storm, because for the supply chain it's all great, but suddenly you've got 10 big events happening and you can't get buggies.
Understanding that context. Come in, Jem. Yes, please.
If you allow me to jump on that, I do agree on what you say, and the challenge maybe here also is a lot of mega events are concentrated in a certain period, on the Q4 and the Q1.
Yes.
So that all these events are all together makes in preparation and the challenge of equipment and also people, manpower,
right.
is really critical.
Thank you, Jean-Guillaume. And if I asked you to pick a totally different challenge, where'd you take us?
If I need to pick one, I would say sustainability. Sustainability is really becoming a reality, even if we are talking of sustainability for now 10 or 15 years. If I do a little bit of provocation, a lot of tenders coming from city, host city, or whatever, in regards with major events, there were a lot of, let's say, articles on sustainability, but it was a bit of greenwashing.
Yeah.
This is a reality now. If you don't come with solution in terms of sustainability, you won't pass. You won't be selected. And
So
that's
where,
really
and
critical.
I don't want to steal the thunder of our next panel on this subject, but are you prepared, or please share an example of where your sustainable credentials for a particular bid you feel confident has won you that bid? Where would your mind take us?
I would say first is really return in the expectation of a host city. If you take the example of Paris, in the Paris bid, it was really clear in the way you're going to use and reuse the equipment that we will provide. Yes. We have 100% of the equipment that we deliver for the Olympics will be reused. Yeah. And it was a challenge, not only in terms of transportation or everything, but we know that all this equipment will be reused in France or worldwide. That's something that we had.
Yeah, good.
And we had a big pressure, I have to say, also from the people. If we have a challenge in sustainability, it's coming also for the young people, the young generation. Yeah. Because when you interview young people now, they still love our industry. It's still a cool industry, the event industry. But the question that they will ask you is, what do you do for the planet when you do a temporary event?
And that is their demand. Absolutely right. Rakan?
From a challenge perspective, for us, it's a little bit different, but it's usually how can we make the event relevant, exciting, engaging for the audience. So every year, we get the famous quote from everybody, this was the best FII ever, which means it's a lot of pressure on us. We have to make it a better FII in the following year, which all goes down to the content. How can we be relevant? How can we be trendy related to the topics, the current affairs that's happening in the world from an economical perspective and investment perspective? And there's a big machine that starts from the beginning of the year all the way to October, building on the content, research on the best speakers, the related speakers, the topics that should be discussed on stage, and that changes a lot. So that's the challenge every year we have to go through in terms of content. In terms of production, I think we've added an element with our partners, RNA, who are the masterminds behind this, with Richard, of course. How can you add more than just the content and speakers on stage? The show business element, the production, these things adds value to the whole experience of the event.
Right, so on that, and let's start with you, Rakan, but others, please give us your view. Be as blunt as you like. We all want to deliver better and better events. To what extent does better mean bigger?
It's a delicate balance. It's never about more people. It's about having the right audience, the right speakers, the right content, the relevant audience attending the event. So our events have been between 5,000 to 7,000 people, more or less. But it's not about the number. It's about the quality of the audience. It's filtration to have the relevant people attending to the topic of the FII and the topics on stage. So for us, better means better quality of audience, better content on stage, better speakers.
Got it.
And most of all, the deals announced at the FII, because we don't allow MOUs at the FII. Only actual contractual contracts between two entities to be announced. And this year we've announced, I think, over $70 billion in terms of actual contractual deals, that's a tangible outcome.
Yeah, so we might come on to that sort of proof of success very shortly. But does anyone else have a view on that, better equals bigger? Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, so we have a very large scale event, but we don't specifically set out to make it large. The defense industry supply chain is large and the assets and equipment are large, therefore the show has to be large. I think there's a temptation in the industry sometimes to go chasing big numbers. Yes. And I think, again, the quality of trying to maintain a quality experience when you have big numbers becomes challenging. Yeah. So you have to, if you go chasing numbers and you don't have the quality, you end up with more people unhappy, and it doesn't do the event any favours.
But can I quiz you then on a different form of measurement? Because His Excellency and others made the point yesterday about the MICE industry being central to economic growth. But that won't be, no one's going to be persuaded by a series of anecdotes on that. We're going to need better numbers. So I'll just put you on the spot there, Andrew. How are you tracking the economic success of the events as delivered to the market?
Sure. Well, for the World Defence Show, we have a very clear link to industrial strategy by the General Authority of Military Industries for 50% localization. So that is a measurement of industrial strategy and growth. So already we're at 20% in Saudi Arabia, so it's already achieving that target. That's not directly happening at the show, that's happening after the show, thanks to the partnerships and deals that are done. And then secondly, there's around, obviously, the direct impacts of jobs, GDP. And so I would always recommend that any event does an economic impact study, because it really gives you some backing to show the investment that you're putting into these big events.
So what is an example of a number that you are personally proud of so far?
In terms of World Defence Show, I mean? So, well, obviously the deals that we've done is around $7 billion worth of industry deals. We've generated 4,000 jobs directly from the show itself, and around 500 million SAR of additional GDP. That's what the economic impact study is.
Amazing.
Told us.
And in a way, Abdulaziz, I'm teasing him, but Andrew's got the easy job here because he can measure these things. For an expo, the outcomes are powerful and softer in some people's language. You're not necessarily tracking financial deals done. How will you and your amazing team know that the expo has been a success?
Well, to know the success, let's start with the planning. First of all, Expo, as you said, it's a large event, but it has to have a meaningful output. I mean, a meaningful input is very important. Therefore, Expo was divided into one theme, which is Foresighted for Tomorrow, and sub-themes that focus on specific areas like sustainability and the climate and clean energy. Then we're talking about different tomorrow and transformation technology. And again, the quality of life, which come underneath, prosperous people. So that's the measurement, is that if we could deliver a meaningful impact for Expo, that's what we're aiming to.
And the lens that we're looking through for that, clearly there's a Kingdom of Saudi Arabian lens, but what about the potential impact for the other countries involved? To what extent do you feel a responsibility to be delivering and monitoring that as well? Because it is a global event.
Well, I'm saying it. I think with respect to the history of Expo, Riyadh Expo will change the game. And I would say, I can say it will change how Expo operate, how to have really, I'll go back again to the nature of Expo in 1850s, where it's about industries, where it's about innovations. Now it's more about, it's become an exhibition. We wanted to bring back again Expo to the nature. That's what's one of our goals.
The nature, right. Because that brings us back, I think, Jean-Guillaume, to that word of sustainability, in the sense that it means many things, because an event can live on too.
Yeah, yes, definitely. It's part of the legacy, I would say, of an event and of a major event. We talk about the economic part of the legacy. For Expo, like for major event, it's going to be also the infrastructure. But when you talk about the social, and more than sustainability, I would say the social impact of a major event is very important. When you talk about the COP, for instance, all these conferences go with negotiation and with a result which is incredibly important for the planet and for the world. That's part of this kind of legacy that we were expecting for major events.
So what's your advice to us, Jean-Guillaume, for any mega event producer who wants to deepen the chance of a lasting legacy? What would your advice be? And feel free to join in on this, but I'd like to try and distill it to understand some of those ingredients.
I would consider doing a mega event or doing an event, because mega events, the chance that mega events have that they are leader, so they have to show the example to other events. But I would say it's a mix, and it's a real mix between the legacy coming from economic, employment, economy, cultural, tourism, with social and environmental. Even when you look at the development of sport, like after the Olympics, for any country, is the development sport. And behind the development sport, you've got women empowerment, which is critical. You've got health policy, because it's part of the policy of many countries. and you have all the sustainability that you will leave to the planet. That's critical.
For us, it's interesting because having that legacy, we started from scratch. It wasn't building on anything before, but we set the standard today in terms of international conferences from a business perspective. And today, FII is the standard. Everybody wants to be an FII of this or that, which is, I mean, music to our ears because it shows that we've said something that's really good and sustainable. From a sustainability perspective, it means that this event has to always be relevant. The outcomes has to be something that's actionable, not just theories and ideas, but something that can be taken out to the market and executed by different entities all over the world. And outcomes in terms of coalition discussions, theories and ideas that helps make the world a better place for everybody.
Yeah. With your permission, I'm going to switch gear because my takeaway from yesterday was this incredible proliferation of events. Yes, here in the kingdom and globally. So give us your top tips on standing out. And I don't know where to start on this, but I'll take an offer, and you can be as practical, as blunt, as pithy as you like. Come on, Andrew. I see you leaning in.
I would, for our show, there's a lot of defence shows across the market, so we very much have to look at our story and narrative. So I would always say, have your vision and story correct.
And how does yours differ then? Why does it stand out?
Well, because we talk about what's at the show. So if you have a clear vision of what the show's about, 50% localization, building innovation, then you can get that messaging out there and have a strong message going out. Secondly, look at what the other shows are doing and what your venue can offer others that can't. So we have a flying display. Other defence shows don't do that. So we have a lot of assets that we can use that gives us that differentiation. So pick your USPs and then get the messaging right so that you're hammering them out there through the
Right, this is helpful. Let's build on this. Who will add to this list of ingredients? Jean-Guillaume.
That's something that we have seen that switched a little bit the things recently is there's a shift on the mega events with the impact of the events.
Yeah.
And to elaborate a little bit on that, that's very important. The power of social network has also on the events. Yeah. Because the way that we all have to think is not having just a mega event to have a numbers of people, which is massive, is the way we will relay, and in a very positive way on thinking about the social network, the way we will use the mega event or whatever event to relay information and message to an audience. And that's really critical on the impact that will have social network and all the data and the system that we want to relay.
No, that makes sense. Absolutely. I'd love to get you in on this, but Rakan.
Having a clear, unique value proposition, knowing what does this event stands for, and then don't compete with the others. Your competition is yourself. Don't try to be the other WEF or the other FII or the other Milken or any other conference or event for that matter. Be yourself and try to compete versus what you've done before, but with a clear, unique value proposition.
Yeah, understood. Because the fact is, Abdulaziz, the pressure is on guests for what they could attend. So it's having to rise above that, isn't it, and stand out.
True. I mean, again, talking about mega event, it's not, the success is not about the number of attendants. Even Expo will have more than 20 million visitors. But it's about the creative ideas, the meaningful impact that Expo can have in the world. That's what is really going to be measured.
So that has got me thinking that what we mean by that phrase of mega event is evolving all the time. So it's that sort of shifting characterization of what we mean by this. So in our remaining few minutes, I'd love to know very personally how you see that evolving. And what does that shift look like and feel like, if you like, to you? Where are we going on that journey? Maybe Jean-Guillaume, I'll start with you and then we'll circle back around.
The future of the mega event is definitely, we talk about it, of the legacy and the sustainability and the what we want to leave to the young generation as well. So it's very important that as the manager that we are, we consider the new generation and what are their expectations on the event that we are building. And that's critical.
I love how you speak about these events because it is not so much that the event can be moved by the times, but the event can move the times. It can have a profound influence on the way the world sees a particular subject. And there's a responsibility in that, isn't there, Jean-Guillaume?
We have. We just completed the COP, again, desertification last Friday. The idea was not to do a major event. The idea was to put the people that are negotiating
Yes.
in the best position to come to a point, which is negotiating on the future.
Yeah.
And that's our role.
Yeah.
We are just a player, shadow player that helps this kind of thing emerging.
Yeah, and congratulations on that event just at the start of December as well. Rakan, how is our concept of mega events shifting? How would you distill it?
I think technology, it's helping a lot into the industry of conferences and events in general. It's adding value in terms of things happening on stage, the immersive technologies into the exhibition area and so on. Nothing would replace, as said yesterday by His Excellency, actually, Fahad Rashid, the human interaction also. But that's also important. But technology will make that even more richer, more feeling to the audience attending the event, attending the exhibition, or the mega events for that matter. So technology will help to enhance that experience with the human interaction.
Yeah, completely agree on. Andrew, you're sort of, again, in the vanguard of this because you're pushing what people expect and experience.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the shift, as Rakan just said, is the technology. There have always been purposeful small meetings that things come out, but the amplification is now much larger. So us as mega events can learn from that and also utilize that technology.
Yeah.
But also at a large-scale event such as the World Defence Show, we have lots of smaller meetings and important meetings that happen. So I very much see the two complementing each other.
Interesting.
I think that's an important point because, you know, as a large show, we need to get different types of people there.
Yeah.
And sometimes to get the very senior people, we need a very focused, high-level.
And Michael Milken spoke to this yesterday in his address on that power of intimacy for sometimes very senior people. That doesn't mean it has to be an entirely separate event, but perhaps part of a bigger sum. Abdulaziz, finally, a final word to you. What do you hope that mega events will come to signify in the years to come, particularly as we move towards 2030?
Well, I mean, I have to say, Riyadh is now, hosting all the mega event in the world. 2030 Expo, 2034 the World Cup. So there is a lot for Riyadh to start to make the city ready for this mega event, and it is ready.
Yeah, it is ready, and well, you have our full support on that. And in a sense, it goes back to this point about how all mega events link together. And so you must be in conversation with your World Cup colleagues.
Yes.
In that sequence of events.
Exactly, and there is common committees, and there will be common projects, especially to make the city readiness. We're going to make Riyadh city as a city to be ready for hosting Expo 2030 and the World Cup 2030. That's going to come with infrastructure, with accommodation, and issues related to mobilities, etc. So that's 2030. Actually, the vision of Riyadh is 2030.
Yes.
All the mega projects of Riyadh will be launched in 2030. King Salman Park, Mohammed Salman Boulevard.
Yeah.
If we go to the Cube, a lot. The visitor who will come to Expo will be stunned to be in Riyadh.
Yeah, it is an extraordinary few years to come. Honoured guests, thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you for sharing so openly with us, especially about the challenges. Yeah. I know you will have triggered some fascinating corridor conversations still to come. And thank you for making this opening panel, in our humble opinion, a mega event in and of itself. So Abdulaziz, Jean-Guillaume, Andrew and Rakan, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. As our guests leave the stage, I'm very happy to say we're going to draw on that thread of sustainability. We've got so much happening in this plenary today and also in our innovation cluster, in our collaboration zone as well. So much more interactive. So thank you for joining us for the whole of this, our second day. If you're in any doubt of what's happening when and who our speakers and guests are, that's all on the app, just to remind you as well. So two things will now follow in short order. A panel discussion on sustainability, so the topics continue to heat up on that. But first, food for thought from the chairman of the board of directors at the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Please welcome to the arena Luigi Cabrini.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the possibility to tell you something about the organization I'm proud to be the chair. Some of you may know us, some may not. The Global Sustainable Tourist Council was created in 2007 with the strong support of the United Nations. We received funding from the UN Foundation. That was a creation of Ted Turner, you remember, the founder of the CNN, and a strong involvement of the United Nations Environmental Program and the World Tourism Organization, and the participation of prominent NGOs like WWF, Rainforest Alliance, the Alliance for the Conservation of Nature. And at that time, I was the Director of Sustainability at the UNWTO. Today it's called UN Tourist, but it's the same organization. And if you can allow me just a personal reference, I had been working for over 20 years in development program and refugee program of the United Nations. And then I moved to the World Tourism Organization. So friends and colleagues, they were somehow surprised, how come you move from humanitarian work, working in developing conflicted countries, in such a superficial activity like tourism? And the fact is that there has been an evolution, and I think in the last 20 years, on the recognition of tourism as a sector that goes beyond leisure activity or a business activity, but as a sector that it's relevant for development, sector that can alleviate poverty, that can reach and create jobs in areas where otherwise that possibility would not exist. So we wanted to be a bit different from other NGOs working on sustainability, and to be an added value and provide something different. So we created what we came to call the global standard for sustainable tourism, and looking at all the existing literature and experience on sustainability, we wanted to create a framework that was providing a holistic definition of sustainability, that also was translating sustainability in actionable steps, and that somehow, would decline and provide a systematic approach to sustainability. You often talk, we heard also yesterday here, well, some actions being taken on events. I can do this, I can use plastic, I can do that. But I think it's important to have the whole framework linking the various aspects of sustainability, the management, the socioeconomic, the environmental impacts, and I think this is what we try to do. So we first created the global criteria for hotels and tour operators, then moved to destinations, then created an umbrella of the whole industry for sustainability. And these apparently have been recognized as a useful tool from both public and private sector. We have today over 50 countries who are members of our organization, coming from the different continents. We have some of the giants in the private sector. We have hotel chains like Accor, like Hilton, Intercontinental. We have the like of Airbnb, Booking.com, Royal Caribbean, and many others. And that, I think, gives us the message that indeed there is a need for a framework for action on sustainability, and there is an interest from the different sides of the tourist sector. In fact, if you look today at how the perception of sustainability and how important and urgent it comes, I can just provide an example of the country I live in, Spain. We had very recently two facts. One, there were floods in the south of Spain, Valencia, a terrible loss of human life and properties. And a lot of the people then were accusing the governments not to do enough against the global warming. And on the other side, we have islands like the Balearic Islands and Canary Islands, where for the last year or so, there has been several demonstrations of residents claiming that tourism, instead of being a benefit, was affecting their life because the cost of houses were too high, because they had to live from the center of the cities, etc. So that balance between positive benefit and impact was going wrong. And I think as I have the example of Spain, but I think you may have in mind examples of other countries as well. So this is why we have been focusing on the system, and I think that so far we have got very good results. And finally, while we're here today, because we have been working for a year or so on the MICE criteria, so that system, that word that I briefly defined, has been now issued for the MICE. We work very closely with ICA and other professionals of the sectors, and these are now there for your review and for your use. And I will not get into many details because the next panel there will be my colleague Randy Durban, who is the CEO of our organizations, who will tell you more about the MICE. But thank you for giving me the opportunity just for me to let you know a bit more of our organization. Thank you.
Luigi Cabrini, always so wonderful to hear from you and giving us that imperative overview of where we need to be as far as sustainable practices in the MICE industry is concerned. Well, please welcome my panel for this session. Panel of most distinguished MICE representatives at the top of their game. Panel, welcome. Please give them a big hand. So, we've just heard that sustainability obviously is not, it's not a choice. It's an expectation, isn't it? So, Randy Durban, let's hear from you first as CEO of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, because the subhead of this session is feeling the pressure before the heat is on when it comes to achieving sustainable goals within the MICE sector. How great is that pressure? Where are we as a broad overview?
Mm-hmm. Well, the pressure is increasing. I think the pressure has been light in the past. Interestingly, in our work globally and looking at all sectors of travel, we saw MICE give more requests in RFPs than leisure travel and others, because if you think about in business travel and MICE, when you've got big groups of traveling, there's somebody in that business who asked about plastic reduction or something. So we now know for 15, 20 years there was some element of sustainability in RFPs, but it might be just one or two things. And I think that gives it a little bit greater power. So there's that. There's interest, in the marketplace of the users of MICE, but there's regulatory pressure coming fast down the pike. The European Union has a lot of very strong requirements. CSRD, Corporate Social Responsibility Directive, for reporting for businesses of a certain size. They have to constantly report now on what they're doing on sustainability. So I think the EU is really kind of leading the world. And now the Green Claims Directive that the EU is going to put in place in the next couple of years. If you want to market your hotel to a European market in the future, this is 2 or 3 years away from an enactment, but we're monitoring this very closely. Brussels has passed legislation. It just has to go through a process. But if you market a hotel in Riyadh and call it sustainable, 3 years from now, you might get into trouble with the European Union. So there's heavy regulatory pressure. But Booking.com has really done the best market research on consumer attitudes, the world traveler, on sustainability. And the statistics, the data on that is remarkable. The last couple of surveys they've done, the last one was 32 countries, 33,000 respondents, very sophisticated market research. And it shows a tremendous rise in the attitudes of travelers. They want sustainability. It's kind of a hidden demand because at point of purchase, nobody's really asking sustainability. The psychology of booking travel, certainly in the leisure side, is price driven, but it's showing up now in satisfaction. And the data shows, I predict, a very strong demographic shift because all over the world, people 35 and under are very concerned about the world they're inheriting. And I think we really want to track that now on the traveler. Again, it's not showing up so much at point of purchase, but it's increasingly showing up in satisfaction, and that will transfer eventually to purchase behavior. So that's where the heat is. And then finally, I would say, really probably the most important thing is aviation. Aviation is the great Achilles heel, the vulnerable spot for all aspects of MICE and travel and tourism and leisure and all of it, because we're far from sustainable aviation fuel. And media likes to talk about it, travelers like to talk about it, because aviation is visible. And whereas other sectors are transforming to cleaner energy sources, aviation is not. It's quite some time off. And I think that's a problem. And I think that, but there's also opportunity. We have the technology and the and information now to do everything on land super green. So we want to move that way because the aviation is going to remain a problem.
Yes, absolutely. And I love what you brought up about the demographic nature of what we're looking at here, and that we do need to really focus in on what the younger generation is demanding at the moment. But Dr. Jia Xiaofang, president of the UNSG World Federation, I do want to just switch gears briefly there and talk about your expertise in the health tourism sector, because we've been talking a lot this summit about Saudi Vision 2030. Talk to us about the initiatives like digital health, healthy cities, and the tourism economy that comes from that. Why do you think that they'll be the key drivers of economic growth and sustainability here, particularly in Saudi Arabia?
For the past decades, we noticed that more than 130 countries has launched the strategies to develop the health tourism, wellness tourism, and the medical tourism economy. Global healthy cities and health tourism destinations innovation development will make a great contribution and add values for economical and social development for Saudi Arabia, including but not limited to Saudi economy, digital transformation, and globalization, attract FDI investment, enhance international trade, and support wellness economical growth. Also for the ESG policies, leadership, and innovation, and add values for Saudi Arabia soft power strategies. The healthy cities, health tourist destination ecosystem will set up the diversified ecosystem for startups and unicorns, especially for digital health, for fintechs and smart tourism. Also for human resource strategies development, job creations for future generation.
Which is absolutely imperative to bring into this conversation as well, because so much about it is down to job creation. But on that note, Alexander Allis, Executive Director of the Joint Meeting Industry Council, let me just come to you, because we're going from one initiative to another, and you spearheaded the net zero carbon events, the climate campaign by the business events industry, which is so important to what we're discussing here. You've developed all these methodologies. What's been the impact of them?
Well, the impact is, of course, tremendous. I mean, considering that the fact that this initiative was founded only 3 years ago, and we've rolled out the Net Zero Carbon Events Pledge at COP26 in Glasgow, we've come a long way as an industry. On the one hand side, we, of course, developed the pledge, as I said. Before net zero carbon events, we didn't even know, as the business events industry, who is responsible for what kind of emissions within our industry.
Wow.
And our industry is, of course, very fragmented. So the roadmap, which was released at the COP27, tapped exactly into that problematic. So now, whether I'm a venue, whether I am an organizer, whether I am a service provider, I know exactly what are my scope 1 emissions, scope 2 emissions, scope 3 emissions. This is of course one point. But then we've also identified the 5 priority action areas where our industry needs to decarbonize. And this is of course venue energy, smart production and waste management, food and food waste logistics, as well as travel and accommodation, as just mentioned just now. So you do have now a little bit of clarity that our industry needs to tackle these 5 priority action areas. And this is, of course, where our work was last year, for example. So we have created guidance documents targeting all these 5 priority action areas, helping our industry to tap in exactly into that and to start decarbonizing, start implementing best practices, and so on. Then we have, of course, created the AI tool, which helps to tackle this really complicated topic of environmental sustainability, and this helps a lot, especially to smaller and medium-sized companies. We should not forget that a lot of stakeholders within our industry are actually small and medium-sized companies, and they need much more help. So in order to be accountable, we placed the initiative on the Global Climate Action Portal, which is run by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and we are reporting as an initiative through that instrument. So this is another thing. We have, of course, just a couple of weeks ago, I was at COP29 in Baku, also representing our industry. And I had a conversation with people from the UN. They told me that what the business events industry achieved through this campaign is nothing short but phenomenal. I mean, they have an overview of so many initiatives, hundreds of initiatives from different industries around the world. And this Net Zero Carbon Events initiative is certainly seen as an example. So this is, of course, great to hear. So as you can see, there is a lot of impact, not only methodologies, but of course also practical tools.
Absolutely. I mean, just as soon as you started talking about it, you could tell that the ramifications would be far-reaching and long-lasting. But John Rossant, founder and CEO of Commotion, let me come to you now, because your company puts on these giant events in the US and Monaco. But you're definitely interested in Saudi Arabia. I mean, who isn't? What particularly attracts you?
I think, well, let's talk about Riyadh in particular. And I think, how could we not be interested in what's happening here? Riyadh is probably the planet's most extraordinary example of urban reinvention. It's not really urban transformation because it's building from scratch. I mean, all of us have seen the sea of cranes in the city. But, you know, in so many ways, Riyadh will set new standards in terms of what sustainability in an urban setting is all about. And that's why we're attracted to it. We're focused on sustainable, multimodal mobility systems of the future, whether it's electric vehicles, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Mobility and transportation account for around 25% of greenhouse gas and carbon emissions on the planet. So it's an imperative to bring that down. There's a real move to do that here in Saudi Arabia, the world's largest oil exporter. I think that's very important. When we look at the new metro, I think all of us have seen it. Perhaps you have not taken it yet, but it's an extraordinary achievement. It's just opened a few days ago. It's the world's largest driverless metro. It's completely automated. Amazingly beautiful stations. I think that will help transform the city. At the core of Riyadh used to be a massive military airbase, which has been decommissioned and will be rebuilt as King Salman Park, which I think will be the world's largest urban park.
Wow.
4 times the size of Central Park in my hometown, New York. Or Sports Boulevard, which some of you may have heard about, which is a linear park extending around 175 kilometers going around the city, where you can jog, you can bike. It's a real estate development, all on a very sustainable basis. So yeah, we're extremely attracted to what's happening here.
It is amazing to look at all of these projects that are coming together here in Riyadh and the evolution that's taking place, but also with a focus now on sustainability. And as part of that, Dr. Jia, the health tourism side of MICE events is certainly advancing, isn't it? What do you think are the key points for Saudi Arabia in developing that all-important ecosystem for MICE events?
It's a good question. For Saudi Arabia to develop the health tourism, medical tourism, wellness tourism, MICE events in the next few years, we would like to emphasize that before we discuss these questions, we should have the landscape of the global health tourism industry ecosystem. It including but not limited to medical tourism. So there are great difference between medical tourism, wellness tourism, and health tourism. So health tourism is a prevalent terminology, including medical tourism, wellness tourism, sports tourism, spa tourism, accessible tourism, assistant residential tourism, halal health tourism for Muslims. So it's including different subsectors. So for the MICE events host organizer, if we have planning to organize events in Saudi, in these industries, we should understand the ecosystem, including the destination strategies and general planning, airline management, the safe and seamless borders management, including the air, the sea, the ground transportation, the medical tourism sellers, like hospitals, clinics, medical centers. For wellness, tourism, hospitality sellers like hotels, resorts, spa centers, rehabilitation centers, including also insurance sectors, and for the DMC, PCO, news medias, and also we emphasize education and certification sectors are very important because World Health Tourism Destination Sustainability Certification guarantees the quality, safety, security, and responsibility of the health tourism medical tourism destination. These are key pillars for sustainable development of any international health tourism medical tourism destination. And for health tourism, it's a base for cross-border medical tourism. We emphasize quality, safety, the patient's security as the key pillars for sustainability. So we emphasize for the planning for organized health tourism MICE events in Saudi Arabia. The above industry sectors should be included in all of the general planning, the sessions, the events design from very beginning.
That's absolutely vital to say as well. You know, certification is also a focus of your work, Randy, as well. You place a great concentration on sustainable tourism certification, including in MICE. It strengthens and adds credibility to the industry. So tell us about that part of your work. Also what it's achieved and what it has yet to achieve.
Yeah, so when those UN agencies that Mr. Cabrini talked about created us, they asked us to do two things. One, create global standards, but then also provide guidance on good application of the standards, because they saw that in the Western world there had been all these certification bodies that developed in hospitality and elsewhere that really aren't very good certification bodies. They've had no external review. The industry has just tolerated all these entities to crop up and call themselves a certification body without any even review by, you know, like, they don't even know what ISO standards are about audit process and certification. So an important part of our work is that we, in 2016, launched accreditation of certification. Many English speakers get this wrong. Accreditation and certification are not synonyms. Accreditation is a mark on certification. So when people really study this, we have now many national governments, big brands are flocking to us because of the desire for better ESG reporting that has external verification. It's our time in the sun now because Turkey just launched a national program mandating hotels to get certified purely to our program, where we accredit the certification bodies. So there's rigor. So we've been working in that space for many years for hotels, leisure tour operator. Well, land transport, I shouldn't have said the word leisure because it impacts MICE. It's land transport and also the destination level. And as Mr. Cabrini said, now we're working with ICA and other experts, we developed MICE criteria. Now we're going to build out the accreditation of good certification. So we'll make a high quality, meaningful, credible certification for venues and PCOs that you can be proud of, because there's just a few things out there that aren't. So we're proud of our system. It's unique. The industry, whether it's leisure travel or MICE, hasn't really examined good verification systems in the past. And so we've been hard at work quietly building a rigorous system that we're not well known because we have zero effort to get consumer awareness. But big brands whose attorneys are studying risk are now flocking to us, and governments at the national and provincial level.
Alex, let's talk FIFA World Cup. You strike me as that sort of guy who would like to talk about FIFA World Cup. Obviously, it's happening here in 2034. It is already highly, highly anticipated. You've signed an MOU with the UN on carbon emissions, which was used in the last FIFA World Cup. What exactly does that mean in specific terms for Riyadh?
Well, indeed, we've signed an MOU with the Green Events Tool, which is developed by the United Nations, UNEP and UNFCCC. And we've signed that MOU after we had the confirmation that the measurement methodology, which was developed by the Net Zero Carbon Events Initiative, will be fully embedded into that tool. So we hope, of course, that in some time we will be able to recommend it also for all of our stakeholders. This tool was indeed used for measuring the carbon emissions of the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. And if Saudi Arabia would want to use that tool, of course, that will make it much more reliable and realistic with the measurement methodology which was developed by the broader events industry. So this is of course for Riyadh, but for us as an industry, it has of course another advantage, because on the one hand side we cover the topic of sustainability with the net zero carbon events, but this also brings an advantage in the topic of advocacy, which we're trying to achieve around the world. And this proves to be a rather complicated job for our industry. So these are very good connections which we are making here.
Absolutely. You know, we've talked a lot at this summit about the critical nature of collaboration and cooperation. John, you know, obviously developing partnerships with eco-friendly suppliers to create this sustainable event ecosystem is absolutely vital. I mean, you can't really go that far without it, can you? So what can Saudi Arabia's MICE industry, what does it need to do to achieve that to its optimal level?
That's a good question. I mean, I think back to what Fahad Hamiduddin said yesterday, and that Saudi Arabia is a relative newcomer to the MICE industry. You know, big events were not happening in Saudi Arabia until very recently. FII was a real trailblazer in that, of course, and we see what's happening today. The good thing about that is you don't have to retrofit existing events to be more sustainable. You can build in sustainability right from the start. I think that's really what's so exciting about this event industry that is really gathering steam here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I would put it that way.
Dr. Jar, you know, on that note, on the nature of collaboration and what we can achieve here in Saudi Arabia, you've got a unique standpoint from where you are based in China. So talk to us about the highlights of economic investment and trade cooperation between China and Saudi Arabia and the impact that it's already having.
China has been the largest international economic trade partner for all of the Arab countries. China was the largest economic trade partner for all of the GCC countries. And in the China-Arab international trade volume reached $398 billion in 2023. China-Saudi Arabia international trade volume reached $107.1 billion last year, 2023. 150 countries have signed agreement to join China Belt and Road Initiative. Saudi Arabia joined the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013. So the 1,500 economic free trade zones along the Belt and Road countries will make a great contribution and provide a strong global economical platform for Saudi Arabia sustainable development. In this October, China-Saudi Special Economic Zones was launched and set up in Riyadh Mohammed Salman, the King Salman International Airport. And the new construction will start early next year, 2025, with 4 kilograms squares. So this is a mega project along with Red Sea and Nile projects in Saudi Arabia. So we are confident that China-Saudi Arabia join us as strategic partner. It will make a great contribution and sustainability for the Saudi Arabia, the digital transformation from the oil economy for the future digital economy, artificial intelligence, and advanced technology, and also digital health, tourism, wellness, and medical tourism industries.
Yes, John.
If I could just follow up on that, I think one of the really great things about what's happening in Saudi Arabia now is that it really is a bridge between East and West. So for example, at Commotion Los Angeles, Commotion Miami, our big mobility conferences in the United States, we cannot play with the biggest players in the sustainable mobility space who come from China. Everybody is welcome here in Saudi Arabia. And I think that's important. Saudi Arabia can take from everywhere. And I think that's really a critical factor of success here in the future, that it's open to everybody. When I was involved with putting together the World Economic Forum in Davos, the reason Davos has been so successful is really everyone's welcome. Switzerland is neutral. It's, everybody can go there. So I think we can replicate that here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I have one other point. The Saudi Vision 2030 has a huge target to attract 4 billion Chinese tourists coming to Saudi by 2030. We think the health tourism, wellness, medical tourism, and digital health, artificial intelligence, fintech industries will have huge market potential. And will set up the market intelligence and competitiveness for Saudi Arabia to stand out in global market with innovative capability to deliver comprehensive, innovative services, products in the global market.
And it is absolutely tremendous to hear about all those advances that are happening at what seems to be an incredibly fast pace. But as we come to the end of our session, Randy, I do want to come to you. So let's rewind. Say we're right at the beginning. I know that you've talked about a starting point for sustainable practices to be a holistic approach. And I was really interested to know what you meant about that, because if that's the starting point, I think it's pivotal that we discuss it.
Yeah, so we look at our criteria as holistic. They map very well to the SDGs because when Luigi helped form us in the UN, we used the Millennium Development Goals as our foundation. So the UN definition of sustainability to include not just environmental issues, but social issues and community impacts and cultural issues and then governance. It's all wrapped up inside there. So we don't put DEI off to the side or whatever. That's what we mean by holistic, is doing everything sustainably, socially, and environmentally. And so a starting point, we need starting points. When we first started, I think we were a little bit naive. We thought we could just push the world to go holistic on sustainability, and it's just impossible because there's so many elements to it. And what we found in the industry is that there's not a skill set for measurement and reporting. So now, I've mentioned Turkey, a very fascinating program. You should really take a look at this because they might do this in MICE. What they've done in hospitality is that they required all 20,000 hotels in the country to get an external review of 1/3 of our standard by August of this past year. They completed that. And then they have a year and a half, every hotel in the country, to get an external audit of 2/3 of our standard. And that's brilliant because then each hotel can work on prioritizing on elements of the holistic element, and they can develop skills to measure and report, which is a skill set that's been entirely lacking in business travel and in leisure travel. So that step-by-step pathway. So now we're working with governments to find the right pathway of your context, of your socioeconomic development and cultural desires and so forth. And we do that within businesses. And we finally, I think we got it right. It's pathways. But it starts with training. And so we train in 17 languages at a low cost with very practical training. And we'll build that up more and more for MICE.
So incredible to hear about that, and I'm really glad that we managed to shoehorn it in. We end by starting. Panel, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you so much indeed. Well, what a critical discussion that was, I think you'll find. So yes, of course, as we discussed, it is about reducing one's carbon footprint and adopting waste reduction strategies. But it's also identifying the most creative and innovative ways in which to get it done by designing those inclusive, resilient events that we absolutely need to. It has never been more crucial for Saudi Arabia, and indeed the world, to do that. But now, we are going to switch gears to the MICE venues of tomorrow. Please welcome the wonderful Jochen Witt, CEO, JWC.
You were late. Hello. We are all wonderful. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally we arrive at the venue topic. And I always say, let's bear in mind that we're in the face-to-face business. And what would we do without venues? We have been discussing AI and digital. We have been discussing growth. We've been discussing profitability. But it is always coming to the point that without venues, we wouldn't even be discussing that. And the title of this session is, I think it is, what is the eighth wonder of the world? So the question would be, why does the eighth wonder of the world, in terms of venues, not hang around with the other seven wonders? And the answer is quite simple, because it thinks they are a bit overrated. And I think that also refers to the situation of the venues we have in the world. And we have a wonderful panel here. They, all our esteemed panelists, they are working in venues, they're working with venues. And I will sort of go through some of the topics we want to address, we want to discuss. And before they sort of answer my questions, they will introduce themselves a little bit and say what they do and what they focus on. Yeah. And when it comes to venues, I would like really to start with Wolfram. He's the one on the second position here. Normally, of course, I would start with Debbie because she's the only lady on the panel. But Wolfram, I would like to start with because Wolfram, he has been working in you have to imagine. I mean, look at his age, you think, but he has really been working in five venues, and he has even opened 2 venues and has been in planning. So Wolfram, the first question for you would be to say, okay, the eighth wonder MICE venues of tomorrow. What are the key criteria from your perspective, having worked in so many venues, what are the key criteria which makes, I wouldn't say an eighth wonder, but which makes a quality venue?
Right. So let's call it a state-of-the-art convention exhibition facility, maybe. Well, in a nutshell, I think there's 3 ways you can look at success factors for a convention exhibition facility. First, and you might say this is the obvious, and in a way it is. Let's see the macroeconomics and the socioeconomics of a market. There is actually quite a few exhibition venues around the globe and also in the Arab Peninsula, which never really were reaching the expectations when it comes to the economic impact they were supposed to have. And the good news for Riyadh is, of course, that the market here is really perfect for convention exhibition business. So that's the first factor. The second way to look at this is actually factors such as infrastructure and urban planning. There would be something like, say, the accessibility to the market or to the city. That has, of course, to do with ease of inbound travel, but that also has to do with proper and transparent customs regulation for the move-in of cargo and exhibits. That has to do with connectivity. Connectivity means how the convention exhibition facility connects within the city in terms of public transportation, road network, and then don't forget logistics, so like moving around cargoes or things like marshalling hubs. And thirdly, you might call these soft factors, the supporting factors, things like contingent of beds, so hotel rooms. And there what matters is also a good blend of different categories of hotels. Then you have, secondly, things like a good offering of dining and, of course, a good offering of entertainment options. That's where, as we know, Dubai is strong so far, but I think Riyadh also is on a very good way. What is important when it comes to urban planning and infrastructure is that I strongly feel that in an emerging market, convention exhibition market, such as Saudi Arabia, it needs the lead of government authorities, with all due respect or in all humbleness, I may say this, because at this stage in Saudi Arabia, I don't think you can leave this just to market dynamics or to investors. It needs a framework. If you don't get this right, you might end up in having a development which is not desirable for the industry, and it will take probably a couple of years to recover from that. And then last but not least, the third point is, of course, the convention exhibition facility itself. So when it comes to the meetings and conventions side, it's pretty often like this, that the business comes where the facilities are and where a destination has a nice appeal. So that speaks very much for places such as Riyadh or Jeddah. When it comes to the exhibition side of the business, it's often like the exhibition facility ought to be where the market is. Yeah? For the entire convention exhibition facility, it's important that the spacing is right, that all blends in with each other. You might have a nice design from outside, just like what I'm looking here when I look to my front, appealing design, if you want, so a landmark design. But what is important is that within the facility, it should be very practical and very usable. Last but not least, I think a specific factor for the Saudi market is when you, against the backdrop of the economic development, you have here a large potential for both consumer goods and light industry shows, as well as machinery or heavy industry shows. And that has to be reflected in the design, the technical specifications of the exhibition center. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. And trust me, I know a couple of hundred convention exhibition facilities worldwide which are not meeting this requirement, but you need it here in Saudi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfram. Important point. I think Andrew from the defense show. I don't know whether he's in the room here, but he said that this morning that, for example, the venue for the defense show is ideal for the defense show, but I would add it is not ideal for many other shows. But let me come to the point Debbie Wolfram made to say, okay, we also have to look at the environment of the venue, like accessibility and transport and so on and so forth. But if we really look at the pure venue, and Debbie, you as a representative of OVG, you manage a lot of venues. When you look at the change we have in our visitors and also exhibitors, younger generation, more experience, more emotionalization, what they look for, what does it mean for the venue when we say the venue of the future?
Okay, I think for any venue right now, when people are coming to an event, they are not just looking at coming to the event, they're coming to a destination. So what's in and around the venue, what other activities can they take part in? Is there entertainment in the evening, maybe a concert? Younger generation want to have an experience, an authentic experience. So they're not just coming to show up, sit in conference sessions, and then go home. No, they're making the effort to come to the event. They want to have a full experience before, during, and after. And that also leads into, I think yesterday His Excellency was talking about the tourism with the mice. That's another opportunity event. If you have an attendee coming, and you're creating this real experience, they'll come with their family, they'll come pre the event, they'll stay after. So you're also leading into other experiences for other members of the family. So it's not just about showing up, it's about creating a really authentic experience. And a lot of that, it's not just about the environment, it's also about the people. It's the people who are delivering that experience. It's why do you go and stay in a certain hotel brand or fly with a certain airline? It's because of how you're made to feel. So for me, it's about, certainly here in Saudi, having young Saudis that we're training, and they are going to be giving that authentic experience because people are coming to a destination. They want to feel that warm Arabic hospitality. They want to be immersed into it. So it's about creating a difference and a lasting experience and memorable moments. That's what young people are looking for now.
Great, thanks, Debbie. I think that's very important. Majid, when you hear that and you look at your venue here in Riyadh, which is Riyadh Front, I don't know, some of you will see that, I think, this afternoon or so, yeah. But if you look at what Debbie says, how does that translate into your venue? So also a little bit what's the history of your venue, because it's for those who haven't seen it yet, it's a very, very special venue, and perhaps you tell a little bit of the history, because that is really unique as you see it today, and for those who are seeing the venue this afternoon, I think it is really worthwhile to visit it.
Actually, as she mentioned, the customer and to be destination. Riyadh Front is started as an entertainment venue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In 2019, and after the pandemic, it's become very demanded for the B2B events. I think we have the variety, huge variety from entertainment, concerts, and exhibitions, also the conferences. And that's because I believe, because of my colleague, he's mentioning the criteria of the venue, the good venue. I believe the best thing after the safety, the most important, the relationship between the venue and the organizer. Your relation with the organizer, it's a very long relation. It's not 1 year relation. He's planning to do his show minimum 3 to 5 years. So you will live with him the growth. You need to plan with him his growth, his success, to share the success with him.
He's happy when he gets a slot.
Yes.
That's the point. Yeah. Thank you, Majid. Michael, to you. You always claim, and I think that claim is correct at least, that you are the venue with the highest, or at least close to the highest utilization in the world. So the
occupancy, not organization. Pardon? Occupancy.
Yeah, utilization is.
I explain in a moment.
Is the other side of the coin. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I say occupancy or higher utilization in the world. So from your perspective, what makes the venue so looked after? If you had 3 criteria to say, okay, why is this the case? What would these criteria be, and how do you see those criteria evolve in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm seeing here reminds me of China 30, 35 years ago, building from scratch venues and try to attract visitors, exhibitions and so on. So what is important for a venue to be successful? Of course, destination. That's clear. I think in Riyadh here it's very simple and straightforward, but that's maybe not enough. So the success factor for us being proven over 20 years, destination, as Debbie mentioned, is important. But again, we are just a venue. So important for us is to listen. So we listen to our customers, the organizers, what do they want? And the requirements changed over time. In the old days, a B2B show was just a hall. People came. And nowadays, again, Debbie, you mentioned the experience is important. We have Hotel X, as you know, we have furniture show and so on. During these shows, we now have like baking competition, World Cup, cocktail mixing, chocolate body painting, you name it, even for a B2B show. So that is also something the venue plays a role to make this available. So one key element is listening to what the customer wants. So the destination, the location, the convenience, and the functionality. And that was maybe 4, but the functionality is highly important, and our occupancy is extremely high, and the utilization per hall, ours reaches up to 60%, whereas other venues may only have 40%. They may look more beautiful, more columns, more pillars, I don't know. But the point to me, and we talk about big venues, also about Riyadh potential, think about functionality. Of course, it should be a beautiful arena, but my recommendation would be don't spend too much thinking about beauty and make it too shiny or whatsoever. Functionality is the key, and we developed 2 years ago a new slogan, S+, and S stands for safety, service, and satisfaction. And that is what we live day by day. And I would highlight the service, because as a venue, the requirements for also the younger, not only B2C, also B2B generation, they have higher demands for service. So as a venue, you must be prepared in terms of technology, AI adoption, and so on. That's my recommendation.
Great, thank you, Michael. And it's quite an impressive performance with the venue, without any doubt. Roberto, we have heard yesterday, and I think today also, that content is getting more and more important in exhibitions. And you could argue, vice versa, exhibitions are getting more and more important when it comes to content. So I would say these both formats, I wouldn't say they merge, but they are coming closer together. Normally, we would say that when you look at exhibition and conference venues, because the businesses have totally different dynamics, now when they move together, I think it is a big challenge for the venues, because exhibitors want their visitors on the show floor. They don't want them in any conference center. They want them on the show floor, on their booth. So venues which now are facing the situation that exhibitions have more content, they have to address the issue, how can we get the content delivery rooms, meaning conference rooms, in close proximity to the exhibition space? And I think that's, of course, something which you can fairly easily do in new venues when you plan them correctly. But in existing venues like yours, or also yours, Wolfram, I think it is going to be a challenge to say, okay, how do we address that issue in the future? Because this, let's say, proximity, in our view at least, is one thing which makes a venue of the future. So, Roberto, if you would address that, I mean, I don't know whether you have plans in Milan, but I think it is getting a really, really important issue.
Before to answer to this question, let me say another things. So our customers are changing, in the sense that they are changing the way in which they produce their own things. And specifically for some sector like fashion, design, etc., that are the most important sector for our venues. One word is sustainability. So they are changing their production and they pretend to stay in a venue that is sustainable. That's why the sustainability will be the really first change in the way in which we manage our venue. Sustainability means not only the CO2 reduction. So we have planned to reduce within the 2027 70% of our CO2 consumption, for example. But sustainability in all the process, in logistics, in recycling the carpets, in respect of the people, etc. If you won't be, let me say, on the edge on that, you won't have customer in your venue. This is the first thing, specifically in Europe. The second thing is the content. The content means that to run the content, you need to have a very advanced smart grid array to support the technology. We are lucky because, so you know that we will have the Olympic Games in our venue, the Winter Olympic Games, at the end of next year. So, and this allows us to renew the venue in terms of technology. So Wi-Fi 6.0, but all the connection, because at the end, also the stand and the way in which our customers represent themselves during the event is changing. I don't think that we will find much wood stands as we know now, but we will see in a completely way to represent themselves. Display, LCD, content, speed. This means that to support of this, if you don't have a very important layer of technology, you won't stay in the market in the future. These are also the EI. To run the EI, you need a very strong base to run the data. Because if you see ourselves also as organizer, I see that we will become a data provider with the opportunity to stay during the show to be an operator that will continue to create the platform in which the customer will meet each other, but there will be not the differences between the data and what happened during the day in which there are not the show and the day in which there will be the show. 365 is the word. And to support this is if you won't have the right technology support, you cannot do this.
Yeah, I think 365 is an important topic, but I want to stay a little bit on this topic of content, also perhaps for you, Wolfram. When we understand from organizers, but also from exhibitors and participants, that content, meaning conference, needs to be in close proximity to the exhibition part, yeah? And we look at the existing venues, and Michael, you might answer, because for you it's a continuous issue, basically, when it comes to content, because in very many venues you see when it comes to content, they build conference facilities into the halls, which is, of course, extremely expensive, which you don't want. But how do you get this solved, basically, Wolfram, also in the future, to say we need to bring these content rooms, I would call it this way, in close proximity to the exhibition space?
Right. Well, okay, from the investors or ROI point of view, clearly the Seoul convention space is not as profitable as exhibition space.
That is true.
But what we try to do, and frankly, so our venue is 265,000 square meters in Düsseldorf. We build more and more conference room facilities adjacent or attached to the exhibition halls to keep the walking short. We have two large convention centers at the periphery of the exhibition center, and the problem is that you can have a high-profile conference and to trigger the delegates to walk during a break or during the lunch break through the exhibition is wishful, almost wishful thinking. It usually doesn't happen. Yeah? So you have to kind of try to keep the conference within the exhibition so that they have no choice. I think in the US they do a better job with that. Very often you have the convention space within the trade show space. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So that's how we try to tackle with this and improve. But again, that's conference. Okay, it becomes even more important with the increasing number of conference, trade show combinations.
Exactly, yes.
And very often at a convex format, the trade show is not taking that many space, so you can easily combine this under one roof. Yeah.
Yeah. Debbie, as OVG, you're managing a number of convention centers. And when you look at the qualifications of these convention centers and compare them to, let's say, more exhibition-focused venues, where do you see the major difference? Apart from, let's say, macroeconomic factors, of course, exhibitions have to take into account macroeconomic factors much more than conferences, but where do you see the pure differences for the pure venue?
Listen, we run a multitude of venues, so not just exhibition and convention centers, arenas, stadiums. All of those venues need to be adaptable. They need to be adaptable space for different types of events, whether that's live entertainment, whether that's a convention, whether that's a product launch, a training seminar, an automotive event. Every venue we have needs to be adapted to the type of event that we want to attract. So it's a case of, I think, going back to what Wolfram was saying, there are a lot, it's not just exhibitions that are moving into the conference space, but there are a lot of conferences now are adding vice versa, adding the exhibition element, and that whole interactive space. So I think going forward, every venue needs to be able to adapt to the type of venue, otherwise you're going to lose business.
Yeah.
So you're either in the business or you're not in the business.
You want to say?
You are calling that challenges. What do you think about this venue?
This venue?
Yes.
If I'm
and
honest...
about this summit and this conference?
I mean, it is beautiful, beautifully done, but it is extremely expensive.
It deserves.
Because...
It deserves.
Yeah, but if you ask me, of course, when you have to build for such an event, when you have to build all these rooms, it is very expensive.
Depends. What is the event you are going to do?
Yeah.
If you want to do something big, something unique, something amazing, you need flexibility to do your design, to do your setup, rather than technology. It's everywhere.
Technology is standard,
but I believe you need a free space platform. Then you do your design, customize your event on that. So it's not challenge.
Not challenge.
It's
okay.
not challenge.
Okay. Yeah. Then we come to another challenge, Michael.
Yeah.
When we look at venues today, or when we plan venues, we always try to find a structure where the venue can maximize revenues, with all kind of, let's say, for example, F&B outlets and so on and so forth. How do we deal with that in SNIEC?
Let me just quickly come back on Maciej's flexibility, just talk about the conference part. You're right, it's extremely expensive to build conference within an exhibition. However, luckily in China, maybe Saudi Arabia, we're living in a, I would say, cost-wise flexible area. So it's actually not so expensive in China to do that. And most of our customers do that. We had plans to build a conference center for 200 million euros, we gave it up. And that is the flexibility as the venue should have. Now talk about new revenue streams. As a venue, it's not enough to just have square meters and halls. As the demand is increasing, also Gen Z or whatever you call them. So we, from a venue, we now already started to offer more services, because on the revenue side for the square meters, we can basically only have more square meters or increase our prices, which in terms of recession or stable markets is maybe not the right strategy. So we already have a project of offering more services. How do we know which services? Back to my point, listening to the customers. And we will start with services like car washing, for example,
Yeah, food deliveries from the restaurants directly to the booth, and so on, stage lifting, and you name it. We have a list, a menu of 100 topics. So that, Jochen, for me, is besides our bread and butter, the square meters, the revenue stream from services, and that's not a secret. In SNIEC increased from 10 years ago from 30% to almost 50. So our revenue stream is half-half, and the margins on services, as we all know, is probably better. And we will continue to listen to the customer and build more services.
Perfect, thanks. Let's come to a totally different point, which has been discussed also today and yesterday, that's sustainability. We have heard, let's say, sustainability aspects which really refer to the venue, but for us, basically, sustainability has two dimensions, and if you assume for a moment that the CO2 footprint of a show is driven by about 70 to 80% by travel, yeah? How much, Wolfram, in your view, does destination make a difference when it comes to the question, where do organizers take their show? Because at the end of the day, each event, that's what we predict, in 5 years will have a CO2 budget. Now, when it comes to that budget, travel is a big part of that budget. And of course, you can deal with the venue, you can deal with the organizing part, but you cannot deal with the destination because you cannot change it. So what role does the destination play in the sustainability aspect?
Okay, I think we...
Perhaps short, because they have
short,
shortened our time by 5 minutes.
Short statement, and the good news is I think this, this is a cutting edge for Riyadh, I believe, versus all other destinations on the Arab Peninsula, because Riyadh has in the backyard a large country, a populous country, the largest population, a large economy, which means for most of the shows, the people don't have to fly to get here. And that makes the main difference, compared to many other destinations. So naturally, this is a cutting-edge advantage of Riyadh versus other places on the Arab Peninsula.
Great.
But I could say many more when we have more time about that.
Okay, our time is finished. Actually, they've cut us 5 minutes, which is bad because the topic is so interesting. But what I would like to finish, and perhaps one sentence from everybody. His Excellency said yesterday, push us, challenge us. Yeah. So starting with Majid, what would we tell him? One sentence to do in Riyadh. Let's look at Riyadh. What would you tell him to do? Please do this.
My concern, it's a space. In Riyadh front, we started in 2019 with 38,000 square meter. Now we expanded to around 70,000 square meter. And planning, inshallah, very soon to open the second venue, Riyadh Front 2. Yeah. Hope to find the location, inshallah, with the help from our colleagues, for 3 or 4 venues, inshallah, similar to Riyadh Front.
Wolfram.
Well, I hope there is a nice master plan which puts the convention exhibition center at exactly the right location within Riyadh.
Good point, Roberto.
Smart, flexible, and sustainable space. That's all.
Okay. Debbie?
Space.
Ben?
We need more space.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement. Michael?
Don't think complicated, functionality, service, and listen to the customers.
Okay. I think that's a good closing remark. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks the esteemed panel. This would normally be a topic for all day, but half an hour, 35 minutes. It gave you perhaps a little bit of the taste what the current thinking in terms of venues of the future is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Joachim and panel, for that compelling look at the future of MICE venues. So we're now going to be exploring the power of personalization in shaping the journey of participants, from flexible scheduling to curated content. It's all about the individual. So please will you join me in welcoming my fantastic panel. Francesco Santa, CEO, Italian Exhibitions Group. Stephanie Selesnik, President, International Trade Information. Wen Miao, CEO, Lava AI. Paul Sargent, OBE, Executive VP, Asia Pacific, India, Middle East, ASM Global.
Thank you.
And Anita Menderata, Special Advisor to the Secretary General, UN Tourism. Panel, welcome. What an accomplished lot you are. So, Stephanie, I'm going to start with you on this one, because we've had a bit of a chat behind the scenes about it, and I find your take on what personalization is fascinating, because it is something that sounds on the surface of it simple, right? But in actual fact, it is a multifaceted concept. It's got sort of all sorts of different things it could be. What's your take?
Well, I think that when I think about personalization, it's not about every single person. Every single person does have a journey that they take. They make their decisions on what they're going to go to, what they want to eat, what sessions they're interested in, if they're more interested in doom scrolling on their phones. It really depends. And so we have to design things that are for everybody and also micro events that are for smaller people. Each person will have their own journey. In fact, our friend Enrico Gallerini, in a book he just released, said something really, really apropos, I think, which is each person who attends an event brings their own unique story and journey. For many, attending an event is a form of pilgrimage, a quest, an event, or it's, they're on a very important mission. There's a purpose to why they're attending. My purpose for attending this particular event is different than yours, is different than yours, is different than everybody here. So what we're designing is a journey in general, but we want to design smaller journeys within that people can have options. And that's all it means. It doesn't have to be any harder, but it is difficult if you do it right.
What's your take on that, Anita? Because, when you look at the word personalization, it seems to suggest, you can please all the people all the time. Is it that, or is it something else in your mind?
It's interesting, and it's a great question, and assalamu alaikum. I think what's interesting about personalization is how close is close enough, how close is too close. Because depending on the context, depending on the event, it's about immersion. And in today's day and age of data security, people are very close. So if you arrived into Riyadh and Richard Atias and Associates' exceptional team, it's like, oh, Anjali Rao is here. We know this and this and this and this about you, and therefore we've personalized your experience. Are you grateful for it, or are you, why do you know all that about me?
It's a little bit intrusive sometimes.
And to me, it's about, and that's why what Stephanie says is important, it's building that relationship. Why is someone here? How can we help you get more out of that? And that's where the pre-event personalization is critical, to make that connection, identify how to tailor the experience, and then maximize the delivery of it during and after as well.
We'll talk about that for sure, because it really is the afterburn that's almost the most valuable part, I would think.
Absolutely.
So, Francesca, let me come to you. When we look at personalizing events, does that mean the smaller the event, the more personalized you can make it? Surely you couldn't do that at an Olympics, or could you?
No, yeah, this is a nice question, because it follows a common misconception sometimes, that personalization means shrinking an event. And it's not. Personalization means expanding the adventure of an event. So a perfect example was the last Olympic game in Paris, no? They were able, with different tools and different technology, basically an app, they were able to personalize the experience of each of the attendees. People were able to personalize their day, to follow the event they were more interested in, or even to be updated with results they were interested in, and in sometimes also to interact with some athletes. There was a possibility for the app to interact. So personalization doesn't mean at all to have a small event, even with big events. Think about also the modern, like Spotify or Netflix, no? There are millions of people using Spotify and Netflix, but each of us, we can personalize our journey, no?
Absolutely.
We can choose what to listen or to watch, and based on what we listen and what we watch, then the app is providing a suggestion, no, for the future. So not at all. This is a misconception that personalization goes with small event.
Wow, okay, interesting to know that. So when we talk about tailoring an event, it's not just tailoring it to people, is it? It's tailoring to persona, and that is arguably a lot more complicated. How do you go about it?
Yeah, I think the first is not to assume that the attendee, the guest, has to come back or will come back. And so what we do a lot of live events, sports events, where you have a captive audience that if they're not having a good time, they may never come back. And so the first assumption is to make sure you don't assume that they will come back. So you may not get another chance. It's not like going down to your grocery store down the street where if you have a bad experience the first time, you're still going to come back the next day because you need to buy groceries. When you go to conferences, where you go live events, shows, sports, concerts, it's optional, right? So the best way to make sure they come back is get it right the first time. So that's number one. The second part is, as a technologist, so at Lava.ai, we have real-time AI-driven personalization. And as a technologist, sort of taking where Stephanie left off, we talk about, first, think about the moments that matter, right? So you have a journey, everyone has a journey, as Stephanie mentioned. Well, let's take that even further and think about what are those key moments that matter. And once you have can catch on to the moments that matter, then imagine that for every one of those moments that matter, whether it's the moment I step on the plane, I'm just about to land in 20 minutes, I just arrived, if those are the key moments that matter, then imagine being able to answer 3 questions continuously using data. Who is it? Should I do something? And if so, what should I do? So as an operator, so we're a B2B, so we will work with B2B companies, operators. But could you imagine as an operator, if you can, for every single one of your guests, can know at all those key moments that matter, who is it? Should I do something? And if so, what should I do? So now with AI and data and real-time computing, you have the ability to do that. And the last bit I'll share is that to create value in all of this, one of the most important thesis for us is to know that context creates value. And so, today it's a beautiful day in Riyadh. If I were to give my friend Paul here an umbrella, he would say, well, thank you, Wen, it's really nice of you, but it's a beautiful day out here, I don't really need it. But if I gave Paul an umbrella on the way to a very important board meeting, all of a sudden the perceived value has increased. The actual cost is still $10, but the perceived value has increased. So being able to capture that in that moment where the perceived value is high and engage you when you're there, all of a sudden now you've created a positive experience.
Paul, what's your take on that? Is that the sort of the metric that we need to be looking at? Is that the sweet spot in all of this?
Yeah, look, we, as people will know, we're venue operators. So we get the benefit of seeing the event from an event owner's perspective and an audience perspective and trying to bring the two together. What we can influence is how we deal with the experience that the guest has when they come to an event, whatever it might be, sport, entertainment, conferences, exhibitions, and then working with that owner of that, and they're all very different. Yeah. So picking up a little on what Wen was just talking about there, and Francesco earlier, yeah, in terms of mass numbers, being able to engage with large numbers of people, and we do a lot with sport and a lot with entertainment. They've built their community. A football team or a sports team has a community. They're already engaged and passionate. We've all seen the massive success of Taylor Swift's tour globally around the world. She has a following like no other, but so do a lot of bands. They know how to engage with their audience. So whether they give them that umbrella in some way, shape, or form to make that follower, that supporter, feel special, might not cost a great deal in terms of what it's going to actually cost you, but the value is enormous in terms of what the guest feels, the supporter feels that they've been provided with from their team or their artist.
Stephanie, people in this industry are incredibly busy. usually probably quite stressed. You know, there's a lot of moving parts, and it never really stops, does it? I don't know how anybody in this room gets any sleep. But when it comes down to it, yes, of course, you're business people, but you're consumers first, aren't you? Do you think that industry professionals in MICE actually have that as front and center in their minds as they maybe should?
All right, my expertise is exhibitions. I love trade shows. I love B2B trade shows. I occasionally, you know, but first we're consumers, right? So if you go to Amazon, you go to Alibaba, they know things about you. There's no reason when you even fill out a registration form, if you've been to an event before, that you should only have to just correct a few things. You shouldn't have to fill out 5 million forms. And for those of you that have the 5 million questions that you ask in registration, please stop. Just stop. The whole idea is to get people to buy into your event, right? You can follow them along their journey. There are things that you can follow in terms of the website. You know, they can say, we're interested in X, but actually they're looking at 5 other sessions in a completely different topic. So what are they really going to go to? Probably not what they say they're going to go to. They're going to go to what they were really interested in. So what we want to do is pay attention to that journey and continue to reinforce the fact that we're so excited you're coming to this event. Here's what you're going to get out of it. Here are the exhibitors. We saw that you're interested in X, Y, and Z. Here are the exhibitors that are showcasing their products. Here are the new products in the launch area. These are the people and these are the sessions that you should go to. The technology is there. We need to harness it to increase and enhance the experience. It doesn't have to be rocket surgery. And to your other point, we're all adrenaline junkies in our business. Otherwise, we wouldn't stay.
Not being in your business, but I can still relate to being an adrenaline junkie. That's why I do this. Anita, what do you think about what Stephanie said there? That, you know, there really is this need to not let that front and center consumer-first mentality be clouded by everything else.
I think what's really important about what everyone has said is how it all connects. Stephanie, you started by speaking about, you know, why are we all here, which is to when your point about the context. And then we add into that, what are the tools that we can build into it? Because ultimately, and it goes to Anjali, what you made, the comment about persona. Why is someone, as an example, why is someone here? And how has it been personalized? SIGA working with RA&A has been a perfect marriage in terms of building an experience, a first impression as an inaugural event that started in the VIP lounge at the airport, bringing in a stakeholder. That showed the quality of not only the event, but how much they valued the participants making the trip. Coming here, it's been so beautifully executed, so beautifully hosted, to the point of having a full moon last night over Riyadh. That was exceptional. And it goes very much, again, to, why is someone here? Are people here to be able to see what they can do in the kingdom? Are they here to see what their competitors are doing in the kingdom? The personalization of for what purpose is absolutely vital. And that is whether it's an event like this, or Paul mentioned it in terms of Taylor Swift. 17 months of concerts straight. That created this Swiftie community, not only because these young people wanted to see the music and hear it, they wanted to be a Swiftie. Their persona was enhanced by the event. So being able to get a sense of, I saw you at IMS, and therefore I know, Stephanie, you're important, all of these things layer up. So personalization, again, goes back to, what does the person want out of the event? How can the event help build that relationship to deliver, to bring them back, hoping they come back again?
Yeah. So. Francesco, can you think of any other aspects that perhaps industry professionals could really hit home with consumers?
Yeah, so most of us, we tend to think that the modern technology now will help us to hit the consumer, AI, AR, but we need to remember that human-based strategy most of the time are the most effective ones. Also because people, when they attend any activity, any event, they remember more feelings than facts. Feelings, emotional is very important. So this is why we need to invest in emotional storytelling. Sometimes small surprises, small activities. Now, when you go to a hotel and you find handwritten cards to yourself, you are more happy when many other little things in the hotel. So we need to remember, yes, that feelings is really important. And I would add also one strategy that sometimes is under-evaluated. We need to provide to our customers a very hyper-local activities. Think about the first evening here, no, when we went to visit Noor, Riyadh, and we had that kind of experience. People, I mean, we all travel the entire year. We are more on the plane than in our offices. And we want to understand, we want to feel the local taste, we want to understand local people. So again, it's personalization. Now, otherwise, all the events look similar. There are so many events around the world. But the ones that are able to give you a little bit of taste of local life are the ones that the people try to remember, to bring home some emotions, and then they want to come back. So.
Absolutely, and when I think that is a pivotal part of it, really, because we are global in the events that we attend. You're global in the events that you put on. So then, how do cultural differences impact the journey towards personalization, particularly if you might not be all that familiar? Yes.
Yeah. So I think at the end of the day, when you think about the personalizations and the ability to be able to create that personalization on a one-on-one basis, it really does come down to how do we do this at scale? Because if there are 2 people in the room, and I can certainly do a good job doing that personalization, but if we have 200 people or 2,000 or 20,000 people in the room, how do we do that? And that's what we face almost every event at a football match, et cetera, where you have literally 100,000 people, et cetera. For us, it still comes back to some of the key moments that matter. That's number one. Secondly, we don't just look at the event by itself, just during. We're big believers that if you can reimagine the event itself as a social network, so it itself is a social network that are made up of the attendees, the partners, the sponsors, all the local businesses and so forth. All of a sudden now, you think about that as a social network, and if you can find a way to capture, engage, grow, and eventually monetize that network, and using technology, that's something that would be incredible for the event itself. And the other part of this is also we're big believers in not just during the event, but before and after. So what can we do? We talk about Swifties. I can guarantee you the Swifties are excited about going to a Taylor Swift concert before the event, all the hype and anticipation. But even after the event, the buzz is still buzzing. Yeah. And all of a sudden, they're looking for other ways to engage. And that's where they re-engage back into the social network and figure out what else can I be doing? What are the follow-on events? What are some of the adjacent sister events that I can also attend as well? So we think about everything holistic. And of course, wherever you are in the globe, personalization is important, given all the cultural differences and so forth. It's as simple as how do you send the invitation? How do you salute? How do you greet? All the way down to, of course, some of the more obvious ones are the culinary preferences, et cetera. But being able to focus on those key moments that matter, being able to think about the event itself as a social network, and also to think about not just during, but before, during, and after the event itself.
I think sports teams do it incredibly well. Yeah, they're doing it in real time, with a massive audience. You look at some of the followings of Real Madrid, Liverpool, Barca, Manchester United, they're operating 7 days a week to a global audience, right. Constantly. It is non-stop, even during the off-season. They're coming up with new ways of communicating. And I think from a convention exhibition industry, there's some learnings there to be had probably from teams that do that stuff as a day job. They do it and do it on massive numbers and really, really well. The Swifties is a great example from the entertainment business, because those Swifties have now connected with each other in their millions around the world. And they've been to the movie. I'm sure there'll be a theatre production coming out soon. There'll be a 1-year anniversary event, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure they'll start to generate themselves, but they've connected in that way. And then the artist, the team, do start to personalize that, and capture that moment for that individual, or they think it's for the individual, it's probably for a million other people as well, but they make it feel in that way.
My goodness, we're going to have to start paying Taylor Swift some royalties soon.
Yeah,
using her name
exactly.
this much.
Yeah.
But Anita, I want to pick up on something that Wen said there. 4 little words that just seem all important, key moments that matter. How do you identify them?
Yeah, it's interesting because within the tourism space, which I believe also applies to the MICE space, we have a model which is 40-20-40. 40% of the value of travel is before you go. 20% is when you're on the trip, 40% is the after. There's the anticipation, the brag value, the research, the connecting to the destination. Then you're at the destination. Then afterwards, it's the brag value, the brag value, the brag value, planning your next trip. And I would really encourage for this industry taking the same approach. We have, when people are registering for events, a massive database is being born. And it's being able to use that to say, how do you, again, make those connections? What is able to get a sense of, so Stephanie was, for instance, there are so many people I've met that I never would have gone through a filter to see, I'd like to meet so-and-so, like to meet so-and-so. Stephanie, when you were introducing yourself to Paul backstage, you recognized you met last night in a vehicle. So it's being open to those spontaneous connections as well. But I think what's really important is what Paul said about whether it's the Swifties or the IMSs or whatever you want to call it, the sports fans, their desire to be part of that community is important because it's filling a gap. If you look at all the Swifties, they say very openly, there's so much going wrong in our world that we look at through 12 years of age. It's really nice being part of a movement of love and connection. So the bracelets and the whole bit before they got into the stadium. So to answer your question, how does one leverage it? It's connecting in advance. Why are you going? How can we help make that connection? And then building on that. And that's where, again, technology needs to be managed with touch. The two go hand in hand. The tech allows for efficiency of engagement, but it doesn't take away from the heartbeat of engagement. And if it does, we've lost the purpose of it.
Which is something that I absolutely want to pick up on in a minute, but I do want to ask Francesco, when we're talking about technology, which of course we must, what are some of the tools, the innovations that you've experienced that are proving the most effective in delivering that personalized experience?
Yeah, of course, when we think about technologies, immediately we think about AI, you know? AI can of course, help an organizer of an event of in real time understanding what the consumer, the customer is doing it during the event. So, and then can send again in real time suggestion of where to go, what to do, what to visit. And so again, personalize the experience during the event. But I'm also thinking about AR or VR, for instance. Can you imagine if we can provide for an exhibition the possibility to visitors to visit the event before joining the events with virtual reality and going through each single booth and exhibitors in order to maximize the visit. No? When you go to the visit, sometimes you get lost in halls, pavilions, thousands of people. So using AR or VR to give an experience in advance, not to prepare the visit, could be very helpful and could really, I mean, we are always traveling and we go 2 days here in Saudi, then we move back to Europe or Singapore or Australia. And maximizing the time is a key factor for the future, I believe.
So
I'm going to interject really quickly. We are seeing exhibitors use that technology on the show floor now. You can go for a tour of a factory. You can see how things are made. At the SEMA show, which is the aftermarket car show, which is it's the 3rd largest show in Las Vegas. They get 175,000 trade, which is pretty substantial. They actually use that experience. So you can take a ride from a tire manufacturer, and you can do the Baja 200, where you're sitting in the passenger seat and you feel the jostling. So we are seeing it on the show floor. We're seeing that incorporation in the trade show floor as well.
Wow. Well, just let me come to you on that, because when you're looking at all the myriad aspects that you would have to prioritize, and of course technology being right up there, how does it balance out with the importance of event design? Is one more pivotal than the other?
We don't see them as mutually exclusive. And in fact, we see the event itself, is of course, one could argue it is the main event, the core product. But I'll submit to you that with Real Madrid, for instance, they have 760 million fans around the world. 99% of them will never step foot in a stadium, period. And so they're enjoying the product virtually. And so, as we think about, as Anita had mentioned, the idea that you're part of this community and think about these events more as a community as we all are here. And the experience itself of being here or being part of this experience is also the product. So not just being here itself. Of course, when you go to a stadium or a venue or such as this, and then you're absolutely completely wowed and mesmerized, that's actually another moment that matters. And all of a sudden now, the 1% who are lucky enough to be here get that even more elevated experience. But I think those are not mutually exclusive to the ones who couldn't be here. And maybe next time they will be having an opportunity to come here next time. And so I think that's where we want to be able to look at everything holistically as a community and to be able to participate and engage in this experience.
Paul, Wen was mentioning earlier about the importance of getting it right the first time, which is a lovely concept. Wouldn't that be great? We have all been to done events. That is for sure. Where do you see are the biggest areas of improvement in the sector?
We've all just registered in some way, shape, or form. It's quite a boring process, isn't it? You come and you register. You go to other events. As soon as you walk through the door, something's happening. It's some form of entertainment. It's what's around you. Yeah, you're still processing your ticket or you're registering. It doesn't happen in this business. From the get-go as you walk through the door. Staff training, it's a global challenge, but let's remember getting all the basics right as well. Yeah, that when you do walk in a venue, your Wi-Fi does work, yeah, and you are connected, that the people do know how to deal with your queries and your questions, and getting the staff training right and engaging the correct people, whether it's in food and beverage, whether it's in stewarding and ushering, guest services and all of those kind of things. And then continuing that communication journey, which I think we can, across the industry, we can still improve in quite a lot. So people can get things answered in real time and dealt with in real time with accurate information. It sounds quite basic, it doesn't always happen. and I was talking backstage about the stadium and arena environment, for example, where we operate control rooms, where we have a social media team. A lot of venues have a social media team because that communication is happening in real time in this day and age. People are, whether it's about the journey in, the journey home, the bathrooms need cleaning, whatever it might be, being able to react immediately to those queries that we're picking up on all the time. All those little things, all those 1%ers add up to that customer experience when they come to a venue.
Absolutely, but when it comes to a grand stadium event, of course that's going to be memorable. You're probably never going to forget it for your entire life. I still haven't forgotten my first gig. It was Wham! And I remember all of it. It shows how very old I am. But Stephanie, let me ask you on that point. So take the big old arena tours out of it, and you've got, I don't know, a trade show or an event of much smaller size. How do you ensure memorability? Because it feels like it's kind of a nebulous, intangible concept.
I think it goes to event design. I'm going to use an example of a show called TICE. It's the International Surfaces Event. It's an annual show, and it's very broad. It's anything to do with flooring, carpeting, all of it. Well, the thing is that you've got interior designers who are looking for things, and you've got installers looking for things, and they're looking for different things. So it's about intentionally designing for those personas. So, for example, you have hands-on workshops for the installers. You have competitions that go around all year round, and then you bring the winners of each of the regional shows in, and there's a huge competition, and there's T-shirts and all kinds of excitement around it. But you also have all the tools and all the different things that they're looking for within the show. On the other side, you've got the interior designers and there's a separate journey that they can take where there are Instagrammable moments around the show floor that the staff have already looked at and said, these are going to be great on social media. So again, what it is intentional design for different personas. So if you think about the journey and plan backwards, what is it that we want everybody attending our event to get out of it? Besides commerce, which of course in a business-to-business setting is number one, what is it the feeling we want them to have? And we definitely want them to return.
Absolutely.
I think that is an absolutely perfect place at which to leave it. What an amazing panel. I wish we had so much more time, but thank you so, so much. Please, a big hand. Thank you. Well, what a great way to wrap up a highly informative, informative morning. And I know that the panel that I just chaired was called Don't Tell Me When to Eat Lunch. So all I'm saying is that it is time for a break. If you choose to eat lunch, great. If you don't, also great. Entirely up to you. We do have a wonderful afternoon planned for you as well. So please, everybody, do reconvene here at 1:45 sharp. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I do hope that you enjoyed your break and that you had a chance to catch up with friends and also make new connections. Well, we now move on to a highly anticipated part of our program. For that, please welcome back Richard Atias and his very special guest.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us, and hi to all the people who are watching our live stream. So, I'm particularly happy to be with my special guest this afternoon, His Excellency Matteo Renzi. Do not need a lot of introduction, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You became almost now a member of the family, if I may, but just a few words for people who are watching. His Excellency Matteo Renzi has been a senator for Florence, Italy, since 2018. He was, before that, the Italy Prime Minister from 2014 to 2016, Mayor of Florence, again, this beautiful city, from 2009 to 2014. And of course, he became the Italy's youngest Prime Minister and introduced many, many reforms, like the Jobs Act, which created 1.2 million jobs and boosted the economy of Italy, which is a country quite difficult to manage, I would say. But I'm very happy to be here with a friend, because Matteo is also a member of the FII Institute board since inception. He was designated by His Majesty King Salman, and he is member of many boards. He's member of the board of El Hula, member of the board since 3 months of NEOM, and so far and so on. So you have here a special guest who I would like you to make him a round of applause, who knows extremely well the kingdom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo, for flying this morning or during the night from Italy and coming back tonight just to be with us. And I would like also to say a warm welcome to His Excellency Father Rashid, who is joining this session. Thank you, Your Excellency. So, Matteo, if you don't mind, for the next 20 minutes, we'd like to talk about what you did and what is your vision, what is a policy about this amazing sector, MICE sector, which is quite active in Italy. So let's start, if you agree, with policy and vision, because you in Italy have installed, I would say, many policy strategies and were implemented also during your position as the Prime Minister to really make Italy an amazing destination for MICE, despite the beauty of Venice, Roma, and all these cities, because Italy is a gem. But can you tell us more about the policies, the vision that you have implemented and that your successors and predecessors have implemented to make Italy one of the top destinations in the world for the MICE industry?
First of all, Richard, thank you so much for kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you here, with Richard, who is a great leader, but is first of all a great friend, and with a lot of you, His Excellency. Thank you so much to attempt to this event. And okay, I was the youngest Prime Minister in the history, but don't think that is a good thing, because the second was Benito Mussolini. So in the ranking is not the best ranking around the world. Jokes apart, I was a Prime Minister 10 years ago now. And the question for Italy, and previously the question for Florence, was, and I think is, trying to combine together a great heritage and a good present. Because if we consider our countries only places of the past, we lost every opportunity to build the future. For that reason, just one very simple example. Thinking about Expo in Milano.
Very important to talk about it, because as you know, the country will host in 5 years the Expo. And we want to learn a lot about your experience.
When I arrived to be Prime Minister, and I think probably Expo is not the best event. I wasn't very confident about the role of Expo, very suspicious about the capacity of Expo. I was in Shanghai in 2010, but I think, okay, for Milano probably will be not the better event. But, and there are, in 2014, we had a lot of problems, and in corruption, inquiry, a lot of problems for the organization. Then we decide as government, with the city, with the region, Lombardia, etc., to invest a lot, to give a message of new energy and a new restart, a fresh start. What happened? Just to be very brief. 2015 Expo was a success in terms of event, but particularly was a success because the event, who collected lots of leaders around the world, gave a message to trust, confidence for the city. And from this event, with other events, Salone del Mobile, there is here the Fiera di Milano, a lot of other events, we create an allure about Milano who changed the approach, first of all, of the citizens of Milano. And of course, for entrepreneur, for manager, and with a simple law who established in 2016 at the end of Expo, and also after Brexit we decided we have to create a law to attract people from UK, because probably a lot of people have to change residency, fiscal residency. We give a message to the rich people in London and in other cities around the world, please come to Italy. What happened? 6,000 people choose Milano thanks to Expo, thanks to Salone del Mobile, thanks to events, and now there is an unbelievable level of growth, maybe also too much if you think Via Monte Napoleone, according to a recent article on New Financial Times, is the most expensive streets on the world, most expensive than Fifth Avenue. That is crazy in terms of real estate value. Just to finish, events gave an unbelievable level of confidence to citizens. Of course, here there is a stage and very rich of great people able to think about revenues, correct, is your business, investments and returns, good. But there is also an immaterial returns, with the confidence of citizens. And I'm very confident for Expo in Riyadh 2030, because will be absolutely better than expectation if we will combine together the economic side with the cultural growth of citizens. Milano 2015 was a little example. Of course, at the same time, very briefly, sorry Richard, there is the defeat of Italian government, also my defeat, when in 2016 we tried to host to win the candidature to host Olympic Games in 2024.
I will come back to that.
Okay,
I was part of.
I'm Italian politician.
I was part of.
I can speak also 6 hours and a half. We are all Italian politician, and Fidel Castro can speak for 6 hours. Fidel Castro is died, so I'm here for that.
Let's stay on Expo and MICE, if you don't mind. Which role plays the fact that you invested a lot on infrastructures? If I'm not mistaken, you invested a lot on mobility, on infrastructures. How this helped Italy and these big cities to become great destination for MICE?
I think for Italy we have to do more and more and more, particularly in infrastructure, but not only in infrastructure. And I think Saudi could be a good partner in both directions, in the investment abroad, but also for the great events we will host here. Infrastructure are the key point, you know better than me. Today, without a good organization of infrastructure, you risk to lose the challenge of modernity. I have one example. There is a place, just I continue to do some example for better understand my humble opinion. Thinking about south of Italy, Sicily, you know, you are a very great friend of Italy, and you know the quality and the beauty. For example, the Sicily, not only Sardinia, Sicily. Sicily is one of the most beautiful islands, I believe, in the world, with a huge history, philosophy, Greek culture, Arabic culture, contamination of cultural identity. The first parliament was born in Sicily, unbelievable place. But without a good system of infrastructure, we lost a lot of opportunities. For example, host today a great event in the theater of Taormina is unbelievable. Little stupid example because I cannot say the name. I was prime minister, then I lost a referendum, so I lost the job exactly 4 months before to host G7. But I was in charge to organize G7, 2017. I discussed with an important leader, head of government, I cannot say the name, who told me, she told me, I don't want, where you organize G7 when will be your decision? Of course, Obama was the older at the table, told me, you know, Matteo is totally felt in love with the city, Florence. I'm sure he will host G7 in Florence. I look at Obama, yes, I will host in Florence, I'm so happy. And another head of government told me, better, because after Naples, there is the mafia in Italy. I look this head of government, please? Because that is the narrative, particularly in some countries. There was the narrative, now finally is. And I decided to have a little reaction. I called the mayor of Florence, who was my deputy mayor. Okay, my friend, I have a good news for you and bad news. Good news, you haven't problem of traffic. Bad news, I move G7 from Florence to Sicily. And we organize G7 in Taormina. After G7 in Taormina, White Lotus was in Taormina's hotel, and today try to have a room in hotel in Taormina. It's impossible.
Impossible.
So your sector is strategic. And some events could change the life of the cities more than the life of the country. And for example, in bad and in good direction.
What should be done to have the support, the consensus of the people? Because you spoke about the Olympics. I was in Italy. I think you had great opportunities to hold the Olympics. And then the mayor decided to not run because the people of Roma say, no way, we don't want the mess in our city. How do you explain this mindset? If I look at the Olympics in Paris, the Parisians were not easy people, I can tell. They were so happy and so welcoming the games, where in Italy, you had a lot of resistance. So I think it's important to hear from you what a country should do to get at the very early stage the support of the citizen. What should we do in terms of communication, in terms of engagement, in terms of, because the traffic is a nightmare when you have big events, and the infrastructures for 4 or 5 years to build create a lot of mess in any city in the world. Everyone is happy after and during, but before it's quite a... So what would you recommend based on your experiences with the Expo, with many other stuff, what a country, what a city, what a mayor, what a governor should do to be sure that the citizens are fully supportive?
That is a good point. That is the point for a politician. When we had the crisis for corruption in 2014 in Milano, 1 year before Expo, 72% of citizens were against Expo in 2015. Because it's normal. There is the wave. You are a master of public policy. You know what happened, and in communication particularly. You know what happened. You read a newspaper, oh, there is the scandal. I have to cancel the event. I remember a very important politician in Italy suggests me, please call Mr. Erdogan, because the alternative to Milano was Smyrna. Milano defeated Smyrna for Expo. Please call Mr. Erdogan and give him the concession to organize Expo in 2015. 72% against. We continue, and after the event, the satisfaction is 65%. So, you can imagine. The same, just to give an older number about polls. When city of Roma decided to block the project of Olympic Games, that happened in 2016, after Rio de Janeiro event, and I can say now is official, is
we can.
Prescription. All the polls in the member of Olympic committees show Roma first and Paris second.
I know that. This is why I'm
I discussed
insisting
with
on the
President
Olympics.
Hollande.
Because you missed a huge opportunity.
We had the numbers to win, but the government of the city, the mayor, changed the mayor. Became mayor, a populist mayor, led by a party of opposition to my government, Five Star Movement, and they attacked the decision. And, of course, that created the end of the Olympic dream. When we start in 2016, 60% of Roman citizens are against Olympic Games. I try to have with polls, I'm not sure the statistic is correct, but in the weekend of inauguration of Paris 2024, the citizens of Roma who consider a mistake don't do the Olympic Games in Roma was 62%.
So what should you do?
Just
as a short answer, because I have many other questions. What should you do to have the consensus all the way long? Not just to celebrate when you get the award, but let's take Saudi Arabia. We know that the whole citizen of Saudi Arabia is so proud and supportive of the leadership. But we're a global conversation here. We're talking about the global world of mice. What a leader should do to be sure that the people will support all the way long the hosting of global events.
I totally persuaded that in Saudi Arabia there is a great consensus because there is the...
No question.
World Cup 2034, Trojena 2029, a lot of events. There is a strategy, and this strategy launched by the wisdom of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is, I think, a great change, not for Saudi, but for all the area and the region, and I think all the planet. When we used with the Crown Prince, thanks to the idea of Richard, the expression, Your Excellency, remember very well, new renaissance, that is exactly what happened in the last year and will happen. So I'm not worried for the consensus. I think the Riyadh have to organize, maybe, Richard, a strategy, a fiscal strategy to attract people after Expo. Exactly what happened in Milano. My suggestion, if I can give a suggestion, is try to have, for example, a fiscal incentive for students. You need 55,000 students in the universities. Probably we have to consider, after Expo, a strategy to attract young talents from every part of the world. And of course, try to give a message of hope and not only a technical approach. You have very good in the technical approach because this is your business. You have to show the slide with the revenues, but please give to the citizen the idea of hope, of great change. That is the real great thing. Not easy. I come from Florence, you know.
We spoke a lot about public sector. How do you deal with the private sector? How all these big events could help to have public-private partnerships? What did you do in Italy to have a real public-private sector ecosystem?
In Italy is not very easy, but is crucial. If you persuade the private sector to invest and to be part of this challenge, everything will be absolutely different. And that is true for the events, and that is true for the great projects. For example, I think a great right decision here to open some great project, not only MICE, to the private investors. That is important. For example, when
you know well the kingdom, what the private sector should look at. Because I will be very straightforward. Many people here in the private sector or young entrepreneurs think and speak very openly, think, there is nothing we can really do, it's complicated, the big projects are in the hands of the big institutions, it's quite difficult to create something big. So, which I know is not true because we are helping a lot of young entrepreneurs to become owners of their own businesses, and there is a huge opportunities, as you know, in the mice industry to have your own business and to contribute. But Italy is a country of SMEs, a lot of medium size, small, medium size. So what are the recommendations you will give to the leaders and also to the entrepreneurs to really build this ecosystem?
First of all, think that I was in the plane yesterday night. I arrived here with the Ita Airways plane.
And by the way, it was what, 2-3 months that Italia? 3 months only that the first Italia.
And for the first time, usually I use the Saudia. In this case, I used Ita Airways. The plane was full of Italian entrepreneurs. I think the search of gold in the 80s in the last century in America.
The El Dorado.
Klondike, El Dorado. And the problem for them, I believe, is give a message of confidence and clear rules from the local authorities. That is a part of responsibility from Saudi. But at the same time, when there are someone who have some doubts, thinking about that, when Crown Prince launched the project here, a lot of international people look him as not very serious counterpart. Oh, really? You want to make an IPO of Saudi Aramco? No, it will be impossible. That happened. Oh, really? You want to create a great event as FII with Richard Yasser leadership? That happened. Really, you want to change Riyadh City? You remember, my friend, when we started about that? Neom, Alula, Jeddah, everything happened in this country. So the great thing, this is message for the small and medium enterprise in Italy, but also for the other. In this part, the change is start and nobody could block. When you read some articles, there are less money than we expect. Please, come on. It's normal to involve the private sector. If we continue also with the public money, that is not good. The idea to involve private sectors and the private money is the only thing need not for a financial sustainability, but also to involve the people in this project. You cannot continue to think there is a man who pay and you bring money. That is the great strategy of this country. And I think this country start with a change nobody could block. For the private sector, please, you have here the next market, most important for sure. But that you know better than me, because you are an experience absolutely better than me.
Matteo, let's be pragmatic. What should be the top 3 KPIs or parameters of success for a global event? If you look at Milano, at the beginning everyone was resistant, then it happened, and you say 3 times it was a great success. What were the 3 parameters allowing you, the media, the world to say it was a great success?
First, create a sense of proud the citizen.
The morale is very important. Huh?
That is crucial.
Here, I think you got like 1.5% growth of GDP after the expo.
Yes, but nobody believed that is possible. Why you could, I remember when I was prime minister, a lot of slide of our advisor, with this event we will increase GDP, and it's impossible. But really, if you change the heart and the mind of the citizens, that is the first important.
So now, number 1, pride.
Number 1, pride. Second point, I think a visibility with a long period. Not thinking, today everyone think only about Instagram. The story on Instagram have 24 hours, correct? 24 hours in Instagram. The risks of some events is exactly that. We have great event, great speakers, a lot of emotion and vibes, good. After 24 hours, nobody remember what happened. When you are very good, you will create an event who continues.
Momentum.
That is the great point. That happened in Expo Milano 2015, in Salone del Mobile, but also in other events in a lot of places. And of course here, FII was not simply an event, because spend a lot of money to organize the best people. You pay the speaker, you pay everyone applaud, and that is not an event. That is good for the speaker, but is not good for the people. The visibility have to be not on Instagram, but the visibility have to remain. And the last, but not the least, is create, I believe, find talents and create, I believe, skills. That is important. I follow the quality of debate in FII. The most important thing I received from the events is the enthusiasm of young women able to be protagonists of the country. I met a lot of people in those years in Saudi, just to make an example, who told me, I come back from USA, UK to Saudi because I understood, thanks to the event, there is a great change. The same is in Italy. The same is in Italy. We make a law to encourage, come back to the brains, because our problem, this is a provocation, is not immigration, is not migration. Our problem is the people who left Italy, particularly south of Italy. And our strategy is come back. The great events is when the people want to come back or want to stay in this place. So I know, probably you imagine, the good symbol of example for your salary is the quality and quantity of revenues. I understood. Sorry if I'm too much romantic. But I believe citizen proud, good visibility, not influence. You are not influencer. You are leaders. There is a difference between leaders and influencer. Influencer have 24 hours. Leaders have years. And the third is attract talents. And an event have to be good if you'll be able to attract talent.
Matteo, you are a citizen of the capital of the Renaissance in the world. How do you integrate rich culture and heritage with super modern event?
Not easy.
We have El Hula, we have so many great, we have Darhiya, we have so many great heritage, UNESCO site heritage. How this should be integrated with something which I expect to be extremely futuristic and innovative in 2030.
I think that a little story about myself in Florence. I became mayor, and my first speech as mayor, 34 years old, we want to be bigger than our past in Florence. I remember an old man, he looks at me, Vaia means please, you are not able to, but what you say, it's impossible. I worked in the place in which Leonardo and Machiavelli worked. So to try to say we will be bigger than the past, it's arrogance, it's provocation. But that have to be. If you look at Lula, you think it's impossible to be better than the past. But in Mariah, in this very mirror theater, you can feel the relation between the past and the future. And when GCC in January 2021, in this theater, have the meeting, very important also to establish a new page of peace in the region, I think for a Saudi citizen that was the symbol of great identity. Of course, the real problem is don't exaggerate in the kitsch. For example, contemporary art in Florence is more difficult than in the other cities. If you want to organize an event of contemporary art in a place rich of history, you have to be the best. Because the risk is the kitsch. The risk is the low quality. But I think that have to be the only ambition. Try to be better than the past. Also, if you risk to meet a man, an old man who look you, are you crazy, my friend? Try to be the best, and then we will see. Not exaggerate.
Last question, Matteo. legacy, the future. We spoke about what to do between now and the next few years, but let's be proactive. What should we do with all the sites, all the investment that these big world events are creating? How can we anticipate to have a roadmap, a plan for the legacy, and how can we optimize everything which will be built? Let me be very cynical. I will not mention any specific city, but I have at least 2-3 cities in mind who are post recent world events. The cities look like ghost cities, and the sites are empty. So what should we do?
The risk is huge. I was curious about what type of city you have in the mind. I have one example, Athens. Great city, one of the best cities in the world, and I love Greek people. 2004 Olympic Games was a problem and not a success. Barcelona 1992 was a great success, who continued until the crisis of Catalonia.
Yeah, correct.
So the life of the city depends on the single events. There is not, I think, only one rule. I believe that I learned in my humble experience, cities are not a collection of stones. Cities are human beings. You exaggerate, please. There is a character of the city. There is a humor of the city. There is a quality in the city we don't explain. We cannot explain simply with the technocratic approach. So the heritage of events is not easy because you risk to create cathedral, not good. But the only way we have is try to combine together the things we discussed. Events good for the business, because you cannot have events without good business, without revenues, and at the same time, great satisfaction of the cities. And that is also my best wishes to every one of you. And of course, a special thanks to Richard, because I spoke with some of friends I met here. A lot of them told me, great idea to organize the first event for us. This market will be for you a great market, but this place could be a great place to discuss, to open the mind, to follow other examples. So good luck and best wishes to every one of you.
Thank you. The credit goes to His Excellency Fahd Rashid and his wonderful team. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Prime Minister Matteo Renzi. Thank you.
Well, huge thanks, of course, to Richard and to Prime Minister Renzi. Very good to see you. Let's have another round of applause for both of those terrific guests. I'll get in trouble when I say that was the most delicious primo, and it's time for a little bit more secundo coming up now. Now, I've been reflecting on the sessions through the day, and one of them was on immersive experiences. So we hope that you have immersed yourself in the day's events. The German philosopher Martin Buber said, "All journeys have secret destinations of which the traveler is unaware." So wherever today leads you, we will be very interested to hear over the coming months and years. And we hope that some of those destinations will involve individuals, new connections, new contacts. And in terms of destinations, we're very happy indeed to say that we have managed to persuade some of the best mayors from some of the most interesting, characterful cities around our world to join us today. I'll tell you exactly who they are when they take their seats, but to our mayoral panel, to talk about the power of mice in cities from a first-hand perspective, let's give them a huge welcome to our stage. Please. And I'll just say, our first guest, Federico, will speak in Spanish, hablamos en español, which should be on Channel 2 if you want to hear the English version of that. Channel 1, of course, for Arabic, Channel 3 for Spanish. Welcome, everybody. Very nice to see you. It is an all-star cast. Let me tell you who everybody is. Federico Gutierrez is next to me, the mayor of Medellin in Colombia. Hablamos en español. And then Marcin Krupa is the mayor of Katowice in Poland. Nasypi Moya is the executive mayor of the city of, I would say, Tshwane in South Africa. We'll hear more about this. Next to Nasypi is Maurizio. No, forgive me. You've switcherooed for me. This is good. Is Marvin Rees, who led the great city of Bristol as its mayor. I think you've escaped for now, Marvin, but it's very good to welcome you to our stage. Even more honest reflections, I think. Another former mayor is Mauricio Rodas, who led the city of Quito in Ecuador for some time as well. So we give you our huge welcome and thanks. Let's pick on you for one brilliant thing about your city and remind us where in the world it is. Maurizio and then Marvin, and we'll quickly whiz down. But however unnaturally it comes, we're going to brag a bit. Maurizio.
So literally, Quito is in the center of the world.
Yeah.
And it became the first city in the world to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So a beautiful city. I encourage you all to visit it.
First class. We'll come back to you, Marvin. Nasypi.
City of Tshwane is where Nelson Mandela was inaugurated in 1994. We also host over 130 embassies and international organizations.
And a huge region as well, I think 4 million plus?
Yes.
A lot of good people. Very good. Marvin.
So over a third of all the world's natural history broadcasting comes out of Bristol.
Absolutely brilliant fact. Excellent. Peeking through the undergrowth. Right. Thank you very much. That is a fascinating. And you've got BBC Nature down there, haven't you?
BBC, Plimsoll, Silverback. Yeah.
Fantastic. Very good. Federico, something about your great city.
Medellín es la ciudad de la eterna primavera, la que fuera la más violenta del mundo en 1991 y hoy es reconocida como una de las ciudades más innovadoras del mundo y tenemos índices de homicidios por debajo, inclusive de ciudades hoy como Washington, Miami, Filadelfia y muchas ciudades del mundo y es una ciudad hoy de eventos.
Muy bien. Gracias.
In the world, in terms of the classification and the starting of the big giga activities.
That's an extremely interesting tidbit to get us started. Marcin.
Yes. Yeah, our city is very difficult because before it was exactly very heavy industry city. We had in the city center two very difficult industry, one coal mine and steel industry, directly in the city center. And we must change everything, the image of the city, we must change the problems with the employment level and pollution level because it's connected. And we took the decision to stay on the maize. It was the one very important part in our strategy.
Yes, good. Well, kudos to you for sticking to that. Nasypi, I'm going to pick on you only because you're in the center. Do you ever think, mayors, that you're being wrongly or underused? So you say to an event or a convention organizer, you invited us to give a speech. Here's what you could have done.
Yes, when you invite me as the mayor and you give me a topic to your event that I didn't even know it was being planned in my city. When I get there, none of the people are from the city of Tshwane, and nothing about what you have done has given you an experience about the city of Tshwane. That is always a wasted opportunity.
And instead, how best and when best to start to involve you?
From the beginning. Let me know why you want to come to my city from your perspective, what you want to get out of it, and give me an opportunity to tell you what you can get out of the city of Tshwane. I always say, don't bring your city to my city. Rather, keep it to your city if you don't want my experience.
Wow. So that's a superb provocation to say, bring us into design. Bring us into the essential point. I mean, Federico, just to get a sense of where we're heading with this. Yes, we've heard about incremental change. Do you think, or how true is it that an event can transform, or events can transform a city? ¿Es verdad?
Is a question for me?
No, Federico.
Los eventos sí transforman la ciudad y yo lo veo desde el punto de vista de la transformación económica y social.
It's not only changes the cities, not only from economic perspective. When we recruit the Giga projects and we work that these activities are dynamics, which means that there are going to be more hotels, more people who will come to our country, and consequently we need ways and roads to more better transportation, and that will affect the quality of people who are residents in our country, because definitely we will require to invest in security and also to preserve the nature and the print we have. And as we had in the previous sessions, that cities is not only cities, and it revolves on a human. And consequently, the humans who are the ones who are receiving the guests. Consequently, the place and the venue are very important, and the government are responsible. However, at the end,
which leads on to greater security, which has these knock-on effects, which we're going to discuss here, on the people of a city. So that is a very powerful North Star. Walt Disney said...
قال Walt Disney...
I wonder if there's an example of where it started with a mice. I'm going to ask you to pick a real example of where not only it was a very, very good event, but it was very good for your city. Maurizio, where do you take us?
Well, in 2016, Quito hosted the Habitat 3 conference, which is one of the largest UN conferences. We hosted more than 30,000 international guests. And I was keen on making this something special, not only for the attendees, but for the whole city, for everybody. So we looked for different potential, massive, cultural, free of charge events that we could organize. And we came across with the Festival of Lights in the city of Lyon in France.
Yes.
I called the mayor, I asked for his support, and we brought the Festival of Lights to Quito during the Habitat 3 conference. We were really surprised by the fact that every night we kept increasing the number of people walking around our beautiful historical district, admiring this fantastic Festival of Lights.
Drew people in.
Up to the point that during the last night, we have 500,000 people walking around the historical district. It was such a success that we decided to institutionalize the Festival of Lights in Quito.
Fantastic.
We did it every year ever since, and the last year we did it, during my last year in office, we had 3.7 million people walking around the Festival of Lights during 5 nights. It was a great engine for local economic growth.
And now I'm thinking of all you mayors on a WhatsApp group, just swapping these nuggets here. Marcin, please pick an event for us that has changed the city.
Yeah, for us, very important events. I think we have 3. One is the WUF, what was a few years ago. It's very important because during this event we invited the citizens to this event, and we had, for example, 11 stages out of the closed area where was the very important discussion, and the next was COP24, and the other very important for us is Inter-Extreme Master Championship, is the e-gaming competition. And this event pushed us to the other idea, but about it later, maybe.
Yes, so we've sown the seeds on that. Okay, does it be unfair to pick one event, but which would you choose?
It was the FIFA World Cup 2010.
Yes.
While it was a national event for us, but it was spread across all the cities. So in our city, we got to accelerate social infrastructure development, that we still have the stadiums that we built during World Cup. There are people who build B&Bs and hotels in 2010. And I don't think those things would have happened if we didn't have the agency of hosting that event.
On that example of the World Cup, any social shift that it also triggered? Where would we go on that?
So this happened in 2010. Obviously, we're still in transition as the nation, just on nation building. And I promise you that 2010 World Cup, it actually renewed our hope in nation building. That was the first one. 2007, we hosted the Rugby World Cup. It did the same thing. You can tell we're a sports country. But in 2018 in our city, we hosted the World Choir Games. And it was so good for the city just to have the world in the city. So that actually positioned us ourselves as the city to say, actually, we can have the world here. We get the embassies, but we can host people, keep them safe, and provide for them. So that was...
Now, Marvin, I'm going to move on before we talk about English sport. I'm biased. I've been to so many amazing events in Bristol. Tell us one that shifted a needle for you.
We hosted the Global Parliament of Mayors in 2018. We had around 80 mayors, plus their staff from 5 continents. And what was special about that was we didn't just have the mayors meet, they met people from the diaspora in the city.
Yes.
Most cities are international, we've got about 180 countries of origin. So have people meeting their mayors from their countries of origin really did a lot to lift the cohesion within the city.
And just building briefly, clicking back 2 tracks, how would you build on Zippy's question around, or point around, under-leveraged mayors? How could we have made, sorry to be crass, but better use of you?
Well, two ways. One is we're not show and tell, right? We have incredible convening power. Yeah. So I would always say, if you were going to, I'm no longer the mayor, obviously, but if you're going to talk to me, I could convene our universities, our public sector, faith groups, voluntary community sector, health community in a meeting so we could take collective action towards the city. And then actually you bring together a lot of spending firepower, a lot of employment firepower in one place. Yeah. And the other is to work early, even before the event, as we've just said, but recognizing that particularly at city level, local government level is under a lot of financial pressure. Yeah. So if you want the cogs of a place to move smoothly, you're going to have to spend some time investing in those people who can move those cogs, not get down the line and start complaining that the local place isn't responding when they've got pressures of adult social care and children's services.
So on that, briefly, Federico, please speak to us about the role you play as a connector, making introductions for this group here, because it's more than a speech. It's about your ability, as Marvin says, to bring people together.
Yo resaltaría también algunos eventos importantes, como el Foro Urbano Mundial.
I'd like to show some of the big events. For example, we have the UN meetings. We have also the World Summit. We have celebrated some of the activities that includes international awards. However, I see that MICE is also working with the entities that is concerned with entertainment. If we talk about Spotify, I believe that we are the state number 5 ranked globally in terms of use. A lot of artists who are using these tools, MICE needs to form these activities that could work, and there are so many infrastructure, and also forms new or create new jobs. For example, in our country, at the last event,
in that case, for example, music, to bring huge numbers of people in. So why don't we change track a little bit, which is to say, infrastructure. Now I'm going to pick on our honoured guests here. An example. Well, first of all, I think there's something about investing in new infrastructure and making the case. But before that, who's got creative examples of using existing infrastructure, maybe reinventing, if you like? Maurizio, where does that get us?
Yes, so we shut down an airport that was in the middle of the city, that served the city for 50 years. We built a new one outside of the city. And we decided to repurpose the old airport site into a 100 hectares public park with recreational areas, green spaces, sports facilities, etc. And then we decided to integrate it to the new city's convention center. Yeah. So this was done through a very innovative financial scheme. Actually, It was funded by the shareholders of the company operating the new airport. And it is a world-class facility, accommodating more than 10,000 people. It was the first LEED certificate public building in Ecuador. So now we have this area that combines a vision of local economic growth, promoting tourism, promoting the hospitality industry, and also fostering sustainability and new world-class green spaces to increase the livability of the city.
So on that, you've got this, what was an airport, it becomes disused, it's now used, effectively co-located with this new centre. What did you learn about the role you can play as a mayor in that, what I'm going to call deal-making, but it is deeper than that? What lesson did you learn?
Well, first of all, the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships. We did this thanks to a very meaningful partnership with the private sector, but also listening to the community, what the community wanted. And they wanted to revitalize their area with new green spaces and also high-quality sporting facilities and recreational areas, but also providing them with a new engine for local economic growth and job generation.
Yeah. So that is a creative process in itself. What about when you realize that new stadia are required? And that's going to involve some big checks and some big decisions. I'm going to go back, I think, to rugby in this case. But Marvin, in Bristol, this is quite recent that you have got some big news through on that when you were mayor.
Yeah, one of the first decisions I made was not to build an arena in the middle of the city, 10,000-seater, wrong location. But what that unlocked was for YTL, the Malaysian-based company, to convert 3 aircraft hangars that they own on the edge of Bristol into an arena and exhibition space. So now we're going to have a 20,000-seater with 2 huge former aircraft hangars. Now, that's important. There were concerns about transport, but actually, it's next to an airfield where they're building over 6,000 homes.
Yeah.
And as part of that deal, to get that through, it comes with a new train station that's being built right now that will service those homes and the arena exhibition centre and a new metro bus stop as well. So it's a real investment in the infrastructure as well as an upgrading of a motorway junction.
So as mayor, you're sort of brokering that deal.
Absolutely, yeah.
So what is, in that case, what is the toughest compromise or decision you had to make to pull off the deal?
Well, to be honest, we found YTL really good to work with, to be perfectly frank, knowing that actually part of maintaining the mandate, the political mandate to deliver big infrastructure, particularly housing numbers in the UK, you have to show the local people they're going to benefit.
Well, there's positive energy flowing there, but you're telling me no one objected?
Well, oh yeah, we got a lot of objections, but that's where, like, I'll say to my city all the time when I was mayor, there are no solutions that come without a price to be paid. Right? So if you want to have an arena, if you want to have exhibition space, you're going to have to, and if we want more homes, you know, we have to get the deal done, and that means more infrastructure.
And on that, Nisabi, help us, and feel free to go back to sport or not, but we want to understand how, you know, mayors, cities work in harmony with the collaborators in this space. Tell us your story, please.
I think in our case is that just to take on the issue of infrastructure, in the process of planning an event, that you must be secure enough to say, this is what I can offer, this is what I can offer, and what do we need, and what can we sustain post the event.
Yes.
I think that's quite important because, for instance, we've got stadiums that were built in 2010 that we're not using now because we don't have a need for them. So I think that's quite important, but also you don't want to limit yourself that you don't explore and expand. So that's why then, as the city, as Mervyn was saying, we're quite limited because our mandate is quite specific on what we need to do as a city. Then you need the collaboration in case you need to explore and expand.
Yeah. And on that, Nisabi, Federico, in a moment, I'll ask us how, and I'll ask you, how we ensure that the benefits continue to flow to a city long after the event has moved on. So in un momento. Marcin, an example, please, on making best use of space beyond an event.
Yeah, it's. I thought a few words about in the past, But we had the old venue Spodek, is a sausage, space sausage. And it was built in 50 years ago, and it's too small to organize a very big event. And we took the decision to build the International Congress Center, which is connected with the Spodek, and now is the one of the largest events area in Poland, in my country. And it's absolutely for the Katowice and for the Poland one of the good place to organize different events. But I told about the Intel Extreme Masters. It's the events which push us to build the e-gaming hub technology. It's the new district in our city with the place for the IT sector, huge IT sector, but focused on the e-gaming events. Yeah.
Because these are such powerful examples for us all, and everyone build in on this. But Federico first, we don't want to see a city where the event is a success, but there is no lasting benefit to the city. How do we ensure that the city continues to enjoy the benefits for many years?
Captar eventos es fundamental y necesitamos una infraestructura.
Is to recruit the events requires important infrastructures. Usually we think about the venue where the activity is held. However, these people, they will leave from this city to visit other parts of the city, such as entertainment, markets, food and beverage areas. So it's important to have these people fall in love in this city. Why? Because when people fall in love in this city, the people, they come back to visit once again the city with their families, with their friends. And this is at the end that will add economic growth. We have to think, how can we work together so that people that are visiting once, they can come back? And once again, not only during the events, but also in other times. Consequently, the city has to be attractive. There are some cities that they suffered from problems that is resulted. People are not hosting well the guest. In order not to have the people in a negative way, we have to invest in the people who are residents of the city.
These are testing grounds. This is a chance to dip our toe in the waters of some incredible cities and countries. You know, the antipasti of tourism, if you like, that invites people back, because as if they don't have a positive first experience, then they won't be rebooking their flights, I suppose. How do you increase the chances of getting out beyond the venue itself, if you like, and sampling what the wider space has to offer?
I think the planning is very important. I think most of the time when we design events, you want to isolate it from the entire experience, that you want a building, you want so many, that kind of design of the setup, etc., that you forget people. If you don't include and think about people from the beginning of your conceptualization of your event, you won't have the impact. The impact lives with people, not with the structures.
And if nothing else, well, amongst many good things, expanding that definition of event, something that begins far before most people think it has begun and ends far after most people think it has ended. I'd say huge thanks to all of you for your leadership, but also for bringing such fresh and real examples to our summit. It's hugely appreciated. Each and every one of you, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Federico. Gracias. Thank you. Well, as our mayors leave the stage, we're very grateful to them. We're going to continue this theme of learning key insights from some of our leaders, not so much in the public sector now, but also in the private sector. So I'm going to be wondering in this next session with two brilliant guests, what sort of business are you running today? Whatever the origin of your business, it might have been in events, it might have been in newspapers or newsletters. How would you define it today? Also, when you're sitting in the chair deciding where to place an event, What questions are you asking yourself? Let's welcome to the stage our next guests. Let me call them by name. Gregory Hitchin, or Greg Hitchin, and Mark Temple-Smith. Welcome. Hello, Greg. Welcome.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum.
Thanks.
Welcome. Very good to see you both. Thank you for being here. I'm going to come to that question. I'm still buzzing off. Did you catch some of my mayoral encounter, Greg, there? That took us around the world.
I was listening to it and I was captivated.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question.
Captivated by you and your show business.
My show business. Is that my socks you're talking about there? Now, let me tell you something about each of your businesses. I'm going to quote back your websites to you because I think it helps frame it. Greg, Terrapin is the business of which you're group CEO. Our world-leading events bring scale, knowledge, and gravitas to promote innovation and technology that change people's lives.
Yes.
Now, in a moment, it's a bit like asking you to pick favorite children. I want 2 events that help give the color and range of what you're doing. Mark, our 200-plus award-winning brands play a pivotal role in connecting businesses and professionals. You're the Group Managing Director of Closer Still. Let's start with you, Mark. Bring it to life, at random, 2 events that help put some color on this.
Sure. I think it's important to say we're not here in the Gulf region at the moment. We deliver around 200 events a year, primarily out of offices in London, in Singapore, and in New York.
Yeah.
So if I was to pick 2 events that would exemplify what we stand for, I think it would be a passenger terminal exhibition, which takes place in Europe. It's peripatetic. Last year was in Frankfurt. This year will be in Madrid, and in future we'll move to London. And that's an event which is over 20 years old and has really gathered a community of everybody who's involved in designing, developing new terminals. So it could be an airport, it could be a cruise terminal, it could be a rail terminal. So I think that's one. The other one that I would probably pick out is hydrogen technology exhibition. And that's, again, is really creating a community that didn't exist before. And is bringing them together to accelerate the energy transition.
Got it. Really helpful. Greg, from the Terrapin selection, what would you pick?
I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to talk about 2 events here in Saudi. One of them is called Solar and Storage Live, and that is about solar and storage. And this really chimes with Saudi's 2030 plan, and it really is extremely useful in terms of promoting renewable energy.
Solar and Storage Live, one more.
An event called Seamless, also here in Saudi, which drives the agenda for payments and digital commerce. And of course, we all know how important that is in every economy.
Yeah.
And that is a very, very well-regarded event.
So on that seamless word, that's what you're looking for when you place an event. You're going to have to decide what to say yes to, what to say no to. You're spinning the globe in your Bond-like lair. What do you need? Greg first. What do you need when you're placing what will be an experience for thousands of people? And be as blunt as you like, we're a group of peers.
Well, in terms of choosing events, we use that lens of technology that changes people's lives. And almost everything we do is about technology in a vertical segment. So that's the first thing we look at. And then we look at, hot markets and markets that we think will require those sort of events. And, certainly, going back to those 2 events that I referenced, we saw that there was a really big need for buyers and sellers for this market.
Right, so let's get even more specific, Mark. When you're looking at a short list of places, cities, to take an event to, what are you asking yourself?
Well, I think firstly, does it support, we're very disciplined in what we do. Yeah. We like very niche shows or events, and we like events that can act as catalysts for their own vertical sectors. So that's to say, and I think this is I haven't heard this spoken about over the last couple of days, but I think this is a really big point for the business events industry. We can act as catalysts to start whole sectors. It's a really critical point. So we look for industries that are very niche, are in the geographies that we're interested in, and in the sectors that we're in. And we're very, very targeted and very disciplined about
I suppose
the way that we do
in
that.
scientific terms, you know, a catalyst, the reaction continues after the removal of the catalyst, and that is legacy embodied, really. Picking on an example of where you're proud to have done that, where would you go, Mark?
Again, I'd probably go back for ease of explanation to hydrogen technology. So that's a 4-year-old event, 20,000 net square meters, 1,000 conference delegates and 15,000 attendees of a community that previously didn't exist.
So help us unpick it, though, because I want to understand what catalyzed you, because by definition it wasn't hot. You acted as the catalyst. What spurred you into action?
Well, we're and I think Lisa from Clarion mentioned their own ownership structure yesterday. We're owned by a private equity firm ourselves, and that gives us the ability to go out and look for very entrepreneurial businesses. And typically entrepreneurial businesses don't come from people from the trade show industry. They come from people that understand the markets and the sectors that they operate in. So we're looking for people and ideas that are really at the heart of let's say a community that either is formative or doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, I get that, Mark, but I am going to come back to this catalyst point on hydrogen. What sparked you into that? Was it a mandate from a client? What gave you the oomph? Because clearly the market wasn't buzzing. You've already explained that. You helped do that. What pushed you?
I think originally it's sectorially good for us. So one of the areas we like is what we refer to as supply chain logistics. It's the market sectors that are growing and adapting as a result of geopolitical tensions in the world. So we like that sector.
Super clear. Let's take a step back, Greg. Mark has talked about private equity there, but in terms of deals, in terms of what you see, what's hot? Either in terms of events and gatherings, particular areas. I'm asking you to take off your terrapin hat potentially, but help us commentate.
I think the style of events that are very hot at the moment are not old-fashioned sort of trade shows. They are events that combine content, experience, networking, and exhibition or showcase. I think if there are 3 big transactions this year out in event land. One of them was by Informa. They bought this company called Essential, which is basically a festival business. And a festival is an amped up conference, if you ask me. It's certainly not a trade show. The second biggest deal is for a company called Health, which is a couple of events. Again, these are festivals. They are not trade shows. So this, to me, it's not about one-dimensional trade show events. It's about multi-dimensional events that combine content, experience, networking, and showcasing.
Right, now, Mark, feel free to build on this or take us somewhere else. What's hot?
I think a number of the subjects we've touched on over the last couple of days, I think, are really hot. I think sustainability is going to be absolutely key, whether we as an events business like it or not. I think our customers expect it, and our customers will want the data to support it. I think that's hot. I think digital and data, particularly around the ability to interpret what our customer's customer is about to do. So that's to say, to use very powerful data and analytics to almost predict buyer intent. And that leads us to a position perhaps in future of being able to take some of the chance out of the chance meetings that happen at business events. We don't want to take them all out. Serendipity remains incredibly important, but actually having creating the ability for somebody to be highly productive when they come to an event. I think it supports the productivity and the ROI for an attendee and an exhibitor.
Really powerful. So that's such a powerful analogy, Greg. How do we ensure that technology is the rocket fuel for the future of our gatherings and not the bucket of cold water on the flame?
My key point about technology, and especially AI, is a contextual point. As we sit here, AI is disrupting and possibly destroying lots of media businesses, publishing, perhaps business intelligence, anything that you can name, PRAs, stuff like that. AI, by definition, will never, ever, ever destroy face-to-face. And I mean, this is a very basic, fundamental point. But if we all drink that Kool-Aid, I think this will give us confidence to build even bigger events, better events. But it also, in terms of the greater ecosystem, perhaps events has always been this, oh, it's not a real job, it's not a real profession. Something like being a journalist is a proper media profession. But no, events will become a mainstream media profession. So we need to take that kernel and inspire the young people everywhere to come and join the exhibition business.
It does make me think, as Greg speaks, about the fusing together of these different industries. I mean, Mark, a slightly philosophical question. What sort of business do you think you're running? And I will ask you this, Greg. What sort of business are you running today, if you had to pick a type?
Right, I think right now you describe us as a pure play business events or business exhibitions organizer. I think increasingly, if I go back to the difficult question that was asked of Laurent from Comexposium yesterday, if I had £10 million to invest right now, where would I put it? I'd put it into investment into developing our data, actually. So I think increasingly over the next 5 years, perhaps the worlds of digital and data and live will merge. But I strongly agree with Greg. With everything we see right now, I don't believe that AI and digital will take away the basic human need for people to meet.
Yeah. And on that, Greg, I want to know what type of business you're running. But now you're Chief Digital Officer and you have now got your meeting in the boardroom, $10 million now on the table. Just help us click into that data point. Well, where will it lead? If that is well invested, what happens?
Well, I think it leads eventually, as I perhaps touched on earlier, into a greater understanding of what our customer is about to do. And when we can predict what our customer's customer is about to do, then that's really valuable. That's buying intent.
Hugely powerful. So, Greg, what sort of business are you running these days?
I'm clearly running an events business, but I'm in the business of, as I said, content, experience, networking, and showcase.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to ask this. We started life as a publishing company in Sydney, Australia in 1987, and then we became a conference factory. And I was interested to hear from Stephen Carter. He said that he used to be a conference factory as well. Well, I can tell you that in 1993 or 1994, Terrapin was the world's second largest conference factory, ahead of Informa.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then we've morphed into this other business where we do large scale events.
Yes. Let me though, Greg, just on this.
Do you want a bit more on the tech? Or
well,
not?
no. Forgive me, but in the interest of our time, I want much more on everything. But I'm noticing. I'm fascinated by your impressions for being here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I want, very briefly, I'm going to ask you to be 30 seconds each. Forgive us, okay? A reflection and a word of, I won't say advice, but maybe encouragement in that sense. Mark, you've been here, and then Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier, we're not in this region at all. So I actually came early because I wanted to go and see the venues. I wanted to go and meet local organizers. I wanted to know who builds the shell scheme and the other. So for me, this is a real, I suppose, learning exercise around what's the right market entry strategy for our business here in the Gulf.
What's the biggest thing that surprised you?
I'll go to perhaps Stephen's comment yesterday, openness. I think I've found it personally really energizing to be here. It's just so exciting, so positive. The ambition, and I think the ambition is met with realism towards what needs to be done.
Yeah, helpful. Thank you. Greg, an observation and then a note of encouragement.
I've been coming here for the last 3 years, and I've seen continual growth, and also we've already run some incredible shows here, some really, really incredible shows, and that inspires me that we can do more. I think this event itself is really, really important in, I'm going to pinch your word, in catalyzing the growth of this wonderful industry that, as we all know, has got so many different multipliers, so many different aspects to it, and catalyzing the development of a real resilient and robust ecosystem.
Yeah, and may these results continue for many years to come. Thank you both for sharing with such optimism, but also with such clarity and ability to rethink, despite having just such extraordinary track records. Gregory, Mark, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Shukran. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. But as Greg and Mark leave the stage, we move towards our final conversations and reflections of the last couple of days. A very powerful thought there of catalyst, but hopefully the catalyst will remain and continue to be formidably helpful, joining dots. And if we think, if everyone in this room brought a +1 to a future gathering, what would that end up looking like? Who would end up being here? What conversations would that spark? We're going to have some final reflections now from an action-packed couple of days, and I'm more than aware that some spotlights and conversations continue into tomorrow as well. So we're very grateful for those. It's been an honor for me and for my co-host, Anjali Rao, to be with you over the last couple of days. So thank you very much indeed, on a personal note, for making us feel so welcome. We're going to have a final reflection now in the form of a conversation. And on the one hand, I welcome back to the stage the chairman of Richard Atias and Associates, Richard Atias himself, and then the chairman of the board of directors of Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority, His Excellency Fahd Abdul Mohsen Al Rashid. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us the privilege to hear from you at the almost end of this first edition of the IMS. Congratulations, Mabruk, and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to be on your side and to co-curate this first summit. I'm sure that the choice was made because I'm probably the eldest guy in the room now. So, but joke aside, Your Excellency, we can maybe use this as a wrap-up, as a summary, as an executive summary, as we do for conferences, of what happened during the past 2 days. Your team was amazing, and before we start, I would like to thank them and to congratulate them. I think they really deserve a round of applause. Yes. The authority is becoming the driving force of the industry, and I think they can be very proud of what they are achieving. So thank you again, and congratulations.
Can I interrupt you by saying thank you and your team as well for putting this together? It's been an incredible partnership, and I've seen your team. Red eyes evening, you know, but keeping up. And also this would have not happened without our great partners from around the world who have come just before the holidays around the world to be with us. So thank you all for being with us. Thank you.
Your Excellency, allow me to go beyond the MICE industry because you are a leader, you're a global leader, and I would like to have a more wide conversation with you. First of all, Your Excellency, you have been really instrumental, not to flatter you, under the leadership of His Majesty and the Crown Prince, a key player of shaping this transformation happening in Saudi Arabia in terms of unique, I would say, transformation in urban economic landscape. So as we look at the future horizon of the next 10 years, what is your vision for how Saudi cities, because you are really a man behind cities transformation, will redefine, I would say, global benchmarks in sustainability, innovation, and quality of life, and by definition will become the best place for hosting MICE and bigger events?
I've been in the city space for now 2 decades, having worked on building a new city on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, King Abdullah Economic City, and the privilege and honor of running the city of Riyadh through the Royal Commission of Riyadh City for 4 years. And I can tell you this, the #1 place in the world for urban transformation today is Saudi Arabia, and I would say this being very honest about what is happening in the country. And the reason for this is, I believe, leadership. The Crown Prince today, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is probably the ultimate urbanist in the world. And the reason for this is, I think he sees the Vision 2030's manifestation in cities. So cities are the actual places where these visions and these 1,000 initiatives I mentioned in my opening speech being implemented on the ground. So if you look at what MICE is going to be, there's a place for meetings in every city and every giga project. If you look at healthcare, it's being implemented across the board. So when you look at the urban space, what's happening today, which doesn't happen often, and we take our cities for granted, is strategic transformation, an urban strategic framework for every city. What is the city going to be about? What are the competitive advantages and challenges? And then a full framework led by economic transformation, economic development, what is the target? And then every element of a city, mobility, sustainability, infrastructure in terms of utilities, etc., all the way to governance and financing, and ultimately what citizens feel about that city.
But precisely, you started the Global Competitiveness Forum, and I know that competitivity is very important for you, and it is one of your driving force. What are, in your opinion, the key enablers, I would say, driving this competitiveness in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
I think the competitiveness of Saudi Arabia is driven by realism.
Realism?
Yes. So Vision 2030, if you look at what Vision 2030 is, I said it's a comprehensive framework for the country's development, but it starts with what are the competitiveness of Saudi Arabia? Well, we have ability to invest. We have the ability strategically to be in the middle of 3 continents, because that's where we're placed, and also we have a lot of influence around the world. How do you take these strengths and realize that the opportunities are there? And then being able to have the bold vision, and more importantly, the leadership and the consistency of applying that vision across the board and getting so many people to actually partner with you. Because that's ultimately what happens, right? When you want execution, it's great to have vision, but vision without execution is hallucination, right? So the ability to apply this execution mindset to everything that we do is actually what I think today the government of Saudi Arabia is great at. Everybody is just working in the same direction, and almost you can see almost every citizen inspired and energized by the same vision.
You are also a great advocate for years about public-private partnerships. And we spoke with Prime Minister Renzi about how Italy was also dealing with more and more inclusion. What are your very pragmatic, I would say, policies, actions to engage more and to facilitate the growth, the emergence of the private sector in the MICE industry?
So right now I'll put on the hat or the schmag of this entity who's organizing this event with our partners, right? This event is not about us. This is about the global industry. This is about all of you being here in the same room, whether in government. So we brought cities here. We got giga projects here. We got the promoters of the sector. We got the global leaders in the sector. And we got all of the people who are behind the scene. The production people, the marketing people, the communication people, all of the people who should be in this room are in this room. Are we going to do the events? No. And thank you for all of those global companies who've committed. 3 of them yesterday committed to being here. We have now a total of 8 out of 20 of the global PCOs, PEOs committed to Saudi Arabia. We have some of the best exhibition facilities, and we've built them. We don't want to run them. We want you to run them. Today we have an executive meeting with the help of UFI and all of these global leaders to talk about what infrastructure we're bringing on board, what regulations are we bringing on board, what standards are we bringing on board, and to challenge us. And tomorrow is a spotlight on Saudi Arabia, where we don't want to speak. We want to hear. We want you to tell us how we can do this better. And then ultimately, human capital. This is an industry that's been incepted just 7 years ago. 7 years ago, it was all local. Now we're moving to a global stage, which means something very simple. We don't have the human capital capacity yet to do this where you need it to be and where we need it to be. And that means we have to partner with you to train our people so we can deliver it with you. We have to attract human capital from around the world to do this with you. This is the ultimate partnership, and that's why we talk about partnership, but we actually implement it through partnership between the government and the private sector.
Let's talk about leadership after partnership. You have a boss who we know wants
you have
everything.
A boss.
Yeah, we have the same boss who wants everything for the day before yesterday. How do you balance this level of emergency to deliver with long-term sustainability and inclusivity objectives and goals? How do you balance both?
We are reminded that there is no economic development without sustainability in Saudi Arabia every day by the Crown Prince. If you come to sustainability in the aftermath of building something, it's already too late, too expensive, because you have to refit. The truth is, we start at the beginning. And a lot of the city of Riyadh, by the way, 1/3 of it has been locked out of development because we want to preserve it as nature. The rest, the Saudi government has actually launched the Saudi the Green Initiative to make sure that the whole country becomes green, and we're committed to actually having 1 billion trees. And we want this for the region, so we launched the Middle East Green Initiative. So you're talking about sustainability coming from a country that's supposed to be the biggest exporter of oil, right, to the world. We love our land. We love our resources, whether it's sand or air, not just oil. So for us, preservation and sustainability is part and parcel of who we are as people. Because you remember, we didn't have water. We had to travel to get water and food, etc. So our appreciation for our nature and the Red Sea and the Gulf is all based and comes truly from our appreciation for our land.
Precisely, talking about heritage, talking about patrimoine, talking... what do you think is the impact of the summit and also Saudi's cultural diplomacy? I think more and more all the events, beyond even the MICE events, becoming a tool for cultural diplomacy, which is absolutely needed in our very divided world today. So how do you see IMS becoming also an amazing bridge, a platform for cultural diplomacy? Let's be ambitious.
I mean, we talked about this before. Saudi Arabia has hosted people for 1,400 years from all around the world. And in terms of economic development, we've worked with our partners around the world since the establishment of the third Saudi state 100 years plus ago to establish our different industries, from oil to petrochemical to others. Now we are working on new industries, whether it's biotech, whether it's space, whether it is tourism, right? The idea is we come to the party with a partnership mindset. We don't come to it as this is ours and you're going to be part of it as part of us. It's us. And so the International MICE Summit is just an example of that. It's not unique for Saudi Arabia's approach. It is part and parcel of how we approach the world. We want to do this with the help of our partners. Our partners are all here. And I hope you found this summit to be a true translation of that approach to economic development.
When we met the first time to talk about the creation of IMS, you told me, I don't want that to be just a platform promoting Saudi Arabia. I don't want that to be just a conversation about the MICE industry in Saudi Arabia. I want that to be a global conversation. So as a visionary leader, how do you see the global trends in the MICE industry?
Can I be honest?
Please.
What I've learned from you now is I think we don't appreciate it ourselves. We are always behind the scenes, as you said, and you said it several times. We keep our ego outside of the room. We come into this room, and we focus on the audience and the people who are speaking, etc. I have a different appreciation, even myself, for what this industry does. I think this industry is full of heroes that actually come to this industry with a mindset of we're going to give our all.
I love this word, heroes.
Yes.
This is what I was keeping saying to my staff for 30 years.
And actually, I thought about this word mice. I thought that we were calling it mice because you loved it. And now, apparently, you don't like to be mice. You are heroes, so we're calling it the International Hero Summit, IHS, I'm kidding, International Meeting Summit.
No, we will be sued by CNN who have these heroes, but I love it. We need to explore, we need to ask our branding experts to find maybe a new definition. But let's project ourselves in the next 5 years. A lot of people are looking at the horizon 2030. Personally, what do you think will be the main trends? Not only in the kingdom.
Around the world.
Thinking about technology, thinking about the revolution of the hospitality industry, thinking about the way young people will be. After I will share with you, because you didn't have time to read it, I just got it 5 minutes ago, it's still a warm document, the outcome of the main innovation clusters, which was an amazing experience. But personally, what do you think as a visionary leader will be these main trends?
Number one, it's going to be incredible growth. So if business leisure is going to grow at the rates the studies are showing, 500% over the next 10 years, we as an industry need to take a big piece of it. To do that, we need to partner with the cities and destinations. And that's the area where I think we should focus as an industry. How do we work with city leaders and giga projects and mega projects around the world to take a bigger share of that business leisure, the B-leisure industry? That's number one. Second one is I don't think anybody understands yet what AI is going to do to our industry. It's clear that it will improve it, right? It will disrupt it, but it's clear that it will improve it. We, as conveners, will be able to focus more on, I think, the second part of what we do. Not the science, the project management aspect of these meetings, but the art. And you are all artists, curators, that bring people together to have a great conversation. I think AI will improve that conversation because it will improve our convening power. And the third is sustainability becomes, I think, what Kai said, which is part of what we need to be, not the problem, but the solution. We need to find a way to net carbon zero, and I think that's one of our learnings that we've had over the past couple of days. We need to be part of that solution. And finally, I think, how do we work together as an industry to actually double the size of the industry in the next 10 years? I think it's that area I still find us maybe a bit too competitive.
Can I ask you a favor?
Please.
You are meeting with Kai and the team in a few minutes. Really, in total humility, as a pioneer of the industry, I don't know how to answer still to my staff about how can we be carbon neutral no matter what is the deadline. Can I suggest that you open a task force, if it's not already done, because we and all our colleagues in the world don't really know how we can be carbon neutral. We don't know what to do with carpets. We don't know what to deal with the emission coming from the screens. Let's be very pragmatic. I don't want to be in a situation one day, and it's public, so I can say it, where you have Google, I have a lot of respect, they are my great friends, who are organizing every year the Google Camp in Sicilia, where they are talking about climate change and sustainability, and everyone is flying private plane, and they got so much critics. So please help us. Thank you, Kay. But I think it's important to make it public, because not everyone has our scale, our size. Young entrepreneurs want to start in this industry, and they want to start being good from the very beginning, and we need to be extremely pragmatic about how we will recycle, how we will manage waste management, food, etc. I think this will be an amazing charter, and it will be a great evolution.
But let's bring out the point of tension. I'm a consumer in this industry as much as a regulator and part of it, right? The point of tension is the following. We talk about sustainability, but we still meet. We have to talk about that point of tension. Why is it? In a normal day, let's say take a week, right? I would not have 50 external meetings with people around the world. When I go to the FII or when I go to the World Economic Forum, I have 40 plus meetings in 4 days. That's 10 plus meetings. So for me, it's economies of scale because I travel once, and economies of agglomeration because I'm now meeting much more in those 4 days than I would have to. I have to justify my trip. So the reason why it still works, and I think it's a false narrative around this it's a point of tension that we still can't argue why we're still doing it. It's because it's efficient. It's the most efficient 4 days of the year for me, that along with FII, to be in these meetings. And I would have not met all of you had it not been for this meeting. So I think this is where the narrative needs to head. Not every meeting is worthwhile traveling for, and I think we understand that with virtual meetings. But these big meetings where there's quality and quantity, where we all come out better, are worthwhile.
Your Excellency, we spoke for all the opportunities, and for the past 2 days, I think if there is one message to take as an outcome from this conference is how Saudi Arabia, in total objectivity, is offering probably one of the best opportunities today and for the next few years for the industry. Point taken. What are the challenges?
The challenges is we want to bring this industry here. We need this industry. We have 1,000 initiatives, potentially 100,000 meetings that need to come together to make them happen. The truth is the infrastructure is still being built. We've operated the metro last week. We still need to build 3 convention centers in this city in the next 5 years. So the tension is around bringing the cities that we have and the giga projects, etc., up to speed very quickly. I think we have targets that are around 2030, and that galvanizes action. We have the Expo 2030, which galvanizes action, and then we have the World Cup and many, many other events in between. So I think it's just about making sure we are all on track. We need to bring Riyadh Air on track, with the new airport on track. All of them just need to be on track. And I think having these major events is going to be a big accelerator and it will create big accountability for all of the project leaders around the country.
This is not a question I had, but I feel good with you, and I will be very direct. And you know that I want that part of my legacy to leave this industry and to pass the baton to my colleagues to be a clean industry. I will say something which is making me very sad, because it's the first time in 30 years which happened to me recently. We were obliged to fire one employee because we discovered that he was corrupted. Why? Because we manipulate millions of dollars, and it's quite a temptation to get back commissions, etc. What are we doing to be sure that here and now and this industry will be clean, and we have ethical code, and to be sure that ethics will prevail before anything else?
Zero tolerance. Across the board. Zero tolerance. It's not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. And this is across many, many fields, right? So in our industry, and my colleagues know, if you hand me something, we register it. It goes to HR immediately that you've registered. It's not only the threshold, it's the fact that you said this is a gift, registered immediately. Zero tolerance across the board, across the value chain.
Your Excellency, allow me to share with you quickly, I would like your reaction, because I would like our friends and colleagues to leave with a beginning of a roadmap. So, all our friends and colleagues who met during the past 2 days came with great ideas and suggestions, which I'm sure we will do like the white book of this IMS summit. Just sharing with you, and maybe I would like to get your first reaction. People are asking, how do we identify the challenges destinations face in attracting and retaining interest? Also, people are talking about, in 2030, we aim to create the ultimate event experiences where human connection and digital innovation merge effortlessly. People are saying that definitely by 2030, it's quite interesting, everyone is looking at the horizon of 2030. I think the Vision 2030 is becoming now the benchmark. The industry, they hope that the industry has transformed into a powerhouse for societal progress, connecting people and ideas in new ways. Then, they hope that in 2030, we will have new and exciting destinations everyone is eager to visit. And then they are coming with very concrete suggestions. Number one, to try to see how we can connect and analyze data with AI, of course, and quantum computing to understand the people's behavior. It's extremely important, and to achieve ultra-personalized experience and connections. Number two is also to have an auto-exchange of business cards using multiple technologies, because networking is everything, as Fahad Ahmedin said yesterday. Content, yes, but networking. How to definitely transform technologies for genuine connections. To create a learning and development academy merging digital and physical learning, where young generation teach the benefits of technology, to design for any event, different zone within an event that everyone will be able to respond and to engage more efficiency across generations, to definitely establish, why not? And for that, I am candidate because this is what I want to be part and total humility part of my legacy, so I'm ready to commit and to invest. The first ever university 100% dedicated to events. We had this conversation many times. I think it's time to happen. And the first ever, you will be happy with that, urbanism and architecture agency focused solely on events. I know you define yourself as an urbanist. People are supporting you, but they want something which is very specialized. How can we do urbanism and architecture focus only on events development, management, and experience? Engage training institutes and associations in designing free and comprehensive programs for fostering essential 21st century skills for the industry and beyond. Create engagement programs for underrepresented groups, youth ambassadors to develop parallel youth programs. And this is a very interesting thing, which I will support also, which is to oblige almost vendors to involve local communities, underdeveloped communities on what they do, for at least being sure that local communities are part of the solution, which is they even go further. They say require that 20% of all event suppliers providing essential goods and services to come from local underrepresented communities. I can continue, but I would just pick two more, and to get your reaction as a wrap-up of our conversation and of the summit. Very interesting. Invite attendees of events to co-design the event program. Not from the top to down, but let's have also bottom down from top. To support startups, program to support startups and investors in the industry. And last but not least, to create a dynamic database of best and worst practices for millions of events around the globe, to finally create a comprehensive worldwide nomenclature for all the different types of events, meetings, conferences, and gatherings, to ensure robust standards and quality, which is, of course, the Charter of Excellence. How do you react to all these suggestions and much more?
As if this industry is not busy enough, has enough problems. But I guess we've asked the questions and you've answered them. Let's start with destinations. I think if a destination stays year on year without anything fresh and added, it becomes stale. So every year a city or a project needs to add new things, right? So a new event, new retail, a new hotel, keep it exciting. That's just general, from my belief in destinations. But secondly, with regards to the industry, and I come at it having heard what you've all said, I think the industry is quite difficult. You have to invest yourselves every day and coming into it. I would love to hear what you are hearing right now, right? And get your feedback instantaneously. I think that's one thing that we should be able to do better. So we do a lot more voting. We do a lot more opinions, like people reacting on the spot. I think what we've done in the Innovation Hub is quite interesting. I walked into some of them yesterday and I've learned a lot, but they're much smaller. So everybody's speaker, rather than there's an audience and there's somebody spotlighted on here, so a lot more of that. And then finally, community. So how do we take this event from here and not just wait for next year's, but we actually build a community around what we're doing? So all of these things about engagement, some of it is instantaneous and some of it long-term. So how do we create next year's event with you in mind having co-created it? So this co-creation and curation aspect is very interesting. And finally, I think there is tension. There is tension around, we're still doing the same things that we were doing ever since meetings were created, right? We're meeting. How will technology impact us? How will artificial intelligence change it? The metaverse, virtual reality? I think what we're telling each other is ultimately we just need to meet, right? That's what ultimately the industry is saying. Yes, we want to incorporate technology, but maybe it's more around creating this community, not necessarily in the way we meet, because we have to meet ultimately in person.
I wish you, Your Excellency, that this summit that you started become, again, total modesty, as we were able to achieve with FI under the leadership of His Royal Highness, a movement. I think you are at the beginning of a movement. I can feel it. But I have a more personal question to conclude and a request. I know you for almost now a quarter of a century. You were a young teenager. I rarely saw you so passionate. Why are you so passionate about this industry? And then to conclude, please, what is the advice that you will give to the young Saudis who are watching us, who would like to embrace this industry?
I'm passionate because I do believe in the power of people and the power of partnership when we meet and collaborate. The reason why I love cities is that they bring us together, and as a result, they produce economic and socio-economic benefit to all of us. That's why we have cities, right? But they are big and they have infinite life. What you're doing here and what the MICE industry is doing is basically bringing lots of people who want to work and collaborate together in a finite time in a contained space. So in a way, the MICE industry is the same as cities industry. It's just different dimensions, right? So I'm passionate around that. And I believe that this industry, like I said, in a divided world, in a world that doesn't want to speak, we actually are forcing people to come into a room and now, okay, let's agree to disagree, that's okay. And so what we do in this industry, I think, is amazing, and it allows us to progress as human beings. And I think that's what brings this passion. And I'm reflecting the passion I'm receiving from you. You're passionate around this industry, so I get excited more. And this is human energy. And for those of you who are watching and those of you who are young enough to choose now what to do next, this industry is amazing. This industry is full of people who think about the corners of this room and what it contains. They think about where this microphone goes, so when I'm speaking and where you're speaking, they're thinking about the tone of your voice. They are thinking about the way this program is made so you don't get bored. They're thinking about the food you're eating. They're thinking about the circulation, the mobility, how you get in, how you get out. And after 3 days, they're just hoping that you've left with a smile and you've left better than you came in. So please join us. It's an amazing industry.
Your Excellency, thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for our host.
Thank you all.
His Excellency Fahd Rashid. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, stay in your seat, guys, because you will enjoy, just for His Excellency to go back to his seat. I will still keep you busy for the next 3 minutes. And I want you to watch what you have created and produced during the past 3 years. Please, the best of the first edition of the IMS Summit. Thank you.